friends, real quick. We're on a mission to hit 25,000 subscribers by Halloween, and every single sub, like, and comment helps push The Darkest Hour out to a wider audience. And remember, we never have ads in between our stories. So if you enjoy spooky stories and want to help this haunted little corner of YouTube grow, hit that subscribe button because it truly makes a difference. Thank you. Now, on with the show. When I was around 19, my friend Jeremy and I decided to explore a stretch of the Green River. Neither of us had ever paddled before. We'd both been kayaking for years, and between us, we knew pretty much every bend, rapid, and sandbar in our area. But this section was further out, less maintained, no campgrounds. We'd figured that we'd make a day of it. The first hour or two was pretty peaceful. It was mid-July and the water was calm. The weather was literally perfect. The river wound lazily between tall, moss-covered banks. No houses, no boats, not even footprints along the shore. It was like we'd dropped into a different time. That's why the bridge didn't make sense. We came around a bend and there it was, an old wooden bridge spanning the river, narrow, with thick beams and planks, weathered gray. It didn't look like anything modern. No guardrails, no signs. The road on top was so overgrown with grass and weeds, it looked more like a forgotten trail than something you'd drive on. I slowed my paddle and looked at Jeremy. You ever seen this before? He shook his head. Nope, I've been through this section, I think. We let ourselves drift a little bit closer, and as we did, I noticed it was cooler. And that smell of river, the mud and plants and warm fresh water, it was gone, replaced by something faintly metallic. We ducked under the bridge, and the world went strange. The water slowed until it barely moved at all, like we'd paddled into a still pond. The sound of the current vanished, replaced by a soft, steady whispering. Not wind or leaves, more like people talking somewhere out of sight. I couldn't make out the words, just the rise and fall of voices. I glanced over at Jeremy to see if he heard it too, but he was staring straight ahead, jaw tight. I didn't ask. We kept paddling, figuring the weird atmosphere would pass over once we got further downstream. After what felt like an hour, I saw something ahead. Another bridge. It wasn't just another bridge. It was the same bridge. Same sagging, weathered planks, same moss growing along the supports, and the same tangle of vines hanging off the side. But this time, we were approaching it from the opposite direction. That was impossible. We'd never stopped, never turned around, and rivers don't flow in reverse circles. I felt panic starting to set in. Jeremy was the one who made the call. We're not going to go under it again. We paddled to shore instead, dragged the kayaks up the muddy bank, and started hiking. The woods were dense, but we eventually stumbled across an old game trail, and it led us back to the river, maybe a mile upstream from where we'd started our detour. From there, we paddled straight back to the car without saying much. That night, I pulled up Google Maps to try to figure out what we'd seen. There's no bridge in that area, not even an old one. Nothing but forest and river. I still don't know what happened out there, but I've been back to that section twice since then, and no matter how far I paddle, I can't find that bend in the river again. And that bridge, it's not there. This was in late September. My girlfriend and I were camping in a quiet section of state forest that basically shuts down after Labor Day. We had hiked a couple of miles, set up our tent near a small creek, and had the place completely to ourselves. Sometime after midnight, I woke up. The fire had burned down to embers, and the air was cold enough that I could see my breath. And then I saw off in the trees, maybe 50 yards away, a faint light, a line of faint warm lights. They moved slowly, weaving between the trunks like a group of people carrying lanterns. I sat up and nudged my girlfriend awake. She saw them too. "There's no trail over there, right?" she whispered. And she was right. That part of the forest was just dense brush and uneven ground. We watched for a minute, trying to figure out what we were seeing. The lights weren't bright enough to be flashlights, and they were this odd, steady glow. There was no flicker, no beam. Curiosity got the better of us, and we decided to go toward the light. As we got closer, the forest was even quieter. Our footsteps sounded way too loud, like the trees were sucking up the rest of the noise. The lights drifted ahead, just far enough to keep us moving, and then without warning, they blinked out. We stopped, considering turning on our flashlights, but we listened hard. And that's when my eyes adjusted enough to see what had replaced the lights. In the spots where the lanterns had been were small figures, human-shaped, no taller than my chest, dressed in old-fashioned clothes, bonnets, suspenders, simple linen shirts. Their faces were pale and almost gray. Their eyes were open, but unfocused. They weren't really standing. They were half buried in the ground, like they'd been planted there. Dirt rose around their waists, holding them in place. My girlfriend was gripping my arm. I figured she sees them too. None of them moved or even blinked. We backed away slowly, never taking our eyes off of them either, until we were far enough to turn and run. When we got back to camp, we stuffed everything into our packs, and we hiked out with a headlamp, all the way to the car. We've been back to that forest since. Like I said, it's a state park, but never at night. I've never seen those lights again, or whatever the hell that was. But we certainly won't forget. I've done a lot of solo camping throughout my years. Most of it's been in well-traveled areas, state parks, popular trails. But sometimes I push deeper just to get away from the noise. Last fall, I went into the Olympic Peninsula. If you've ever been, it's one of the densest, quietest places you can imagine. Miles of forest that don't see another human for weeks. I was maybe 8 miles from the nearest road when I found a small ridge above a stream. It was a perfect spot. Flat ground, fresh water, decent visibility. I set up camp and made a fire, settled in. Still, one of the most beautiful spots I've seen. It was just after sunset when I noticed something. It was past the firelight, maybe 30 yards away. It was a figure. At first I thought it was a tree stump catching the light weird, but the shape was too tall and narrow, and this head was tilted slightly, like the figure was watching me. I told myself that it was nothing, definitely a trick of the light. I'd never been out here, probably the reflection of another tree. When you're alone in the woods, your brain loves to find faces where there aren't any. I stoked the fire and forced myself to ignore it. I thought it was supposed to be trusting some sort of gut feeling. It wasn't there. I didn't feel afraid. So eventually, I did ignore it. The next day, I hiked further upstream to fish. When I got back, there was no sign of anything near camp. I remember looking across the way, trying to figure out if there was a tree or something that could have been making that shape. Now I couldn't stop thinking about it for some reason. And that night, just as the sun dropped, I saw it again. Same spot and same distance, still as a statue. I considered calling out. Something about that felt silly, so instead I began waving, almost frantically, flashing my light on myself. No movement, no sound from the other thing. Eventually I turned in for the night, figuring that whatever it was, it had no interest in getting closer, and was probably, truly, nothing. I remember tossing and turning in my tent. I couldn't sleep, so I decided I'm going to stay up a little bit later. I was reading in my tent with a small light. I must have dozed off because the next thing I remember was waking to a faint sound. Breathing. No animal breathing. It wasn't a huff of a deer or a sniff of a raccoon. This was slow, steady, human. I unzipped the tent, just enough to peek out. The fire had burned low, and my eyes took a second to adjust. When they did, I could see that same shape, the one I'd seen across the way. It was now just on the other side of the fire pit, closer than I'd ever seen it. I could tell now by the glow that there was skin, if that's what you'd even call it. It was tight, smooth, no hair. Even where the eyes should have been or where anything should have been, it was just skin. It didn't even flinch when I moved, but clearly that breathing sound was coming from it. I don't remember making the decision to get out of the tent fully, but suddenly I was on my feet, flashlight in hand, shining it right at the thing. The beam hit empty ground. I didn't pack up that night, but I didn't sleep either. I stood by the fire with my hatchet until the sun came up. Then I left everything but the essentials and hiked straight back to my car. I told myself that I wouldn't even talk about it. No one believes these kind of stories anyways, but it's just too strange not to share. A few summers ago, 3 friends and I went hiking in the Selway Bitterroot Wilderness in Idaho. It's rough country, no cell service or marked trails in a lot of areas, and more wildlife than people for sure. On our second day, we came to a massive section of deadfall. Storms or old age had taken down dozens of pines, and they'd fallen in a tangled mess, crisscrossing each other 6 or 7 feet high in places. It looked like a giant had thrown a pile of pickup sticks into a forest. We could have backtracked, but it would have cost us hours, so we decided to pick our way through it. That's when I noticed something weird. The bark was gone, not in patches, completely stripped from some of the trunks. Smooth, pale wood, almost polished, like it had been peeled away. And on several of the bigger logs, there were deep claw marks, long, parallel gouges, as if something with massive hands and claws had raked through the wood. The highest ones were at least 12 feet off the ground. We joked at first, bear, Bigfoot, maybe some Park Service guys using climbing spikes, but none of us had ever seen anything like it. Then about 10 minutes into the deadfall, we heard movement. It wasn't coming from above like a squirrel or bird. It was underneath. Heavy, deliberate, moving through the tangle in perfect time with us. Every time we paused, it paused. When we climbed over a trunk, there'd be a creak and a shift somewhere below, like weight pressing against wood. It never got closer or further away, just kept pace, always somewhere beneath the pile. At one point, Mason leaned down to look in a gap between 2 massive trunks. I'll never forget watching the color leave his face. I asked what he saw, but he shook his head and said, "Let's keep moving." We sped up after that, stumbling, scraping our shins, anything to get clear. The noises followed us right to the edge of the deadfall. Then, as soon as we stepped onto solid forest floor, it stopped. No crash of retreating footsteps or a sound climbing out. Just quiet. That night at camp, Mason finally told us what he saw. He said it was skin. Not fur or scales, just pale, stretched skin, moving in the dark gap below. He swore he saw it flex like something was pushing against it from the inside. Me and our friend Chase tried to laugh it off, joke it off, anything. But Mason was dead serious. And I remembered watching the color leave his face when he did see that thing. I don't know if I want to believe him, but I always have. And I know that I've avoided that section of forest ever since. The claw marks are probably still there, high above the ground, waiting for someone else to notice them. And for what? I don't know. But I'm not going to find out. Stay safe out there. I've hunted a lot of different woods, but I've hunted the same stretch of woods for almost 15 years. I know where every game trail crosses, which trees the deer bed under. Even the spots where my boot prints from last season are still faintly pressed into the dirt. So I stopped dead in my tracks when I saw something. An opening between the trees where there shouldn't have been one. Narrow, just wide enough for a person to walk single file. Framed by a pine trunk so straight they looked planted. For no good reason but sheer curiosity, I stepped between. The air was cooler and stiller. My boots sank into the soil that was darker than the surrounding forest floor. It was damp and rich, like it had been freshly turned. That path twisted just enough to keep me from seeing far ahead. When it finally opened up, I found myself in a clearing I didn't recognize. Dozens of wooden crosses, some no bigger than a foot high, stuck into the ground at odd angles. All various signs of discoloration and deterioration, but a few of them looked freshly carved, sharp edges, splinters still clinging to the wood. The smell hit me then, not rot exactly, but something sweet and sickly. Like flowers left in stagnant water, or meat in a sink with a fragrant dish soap. I didn't stay long. I walked back to camp, didn't mention it to the others. That night, I dreamed I was standing in the clearing again, except the crosses were gone. In their place were people, standing exactly where the markers had been, clothes hanging off of them like tatters. Skin was pale, eyes dark, not lively. I woke suddenly with that smell still in my nose. A few days later, unable to forget, I checked my GPS log from that hunt. The coordinates from the clearing, they led straight into an unbroken patch of forest. There was no path or clearing, nothing. I still frequent that stretch, and I've never had anything like it happen again. A few years ago, a guy that I'd been dating called me in the middle of the night. His name is Pierre, and that night, he and his friend Eric had taken a variety of drugs. They'd had far too much of probably everything, and by the time Pierre's number lit up my home screen, he was in the middle of a bad trip, and Eric was no longer with him. But he couldn't remember how or when they'd lost one another. His jittery, scared voice was endearing in a way that I couldn't really describe. We were early in our relationship, and I still had those butterflies, so I was eager to jump into action and go rescue him. I asked where he was. He told me that he was hiding in a bush behind a gas station. Okay, those obscure coordinates were actually pretty helpful, because there's only one gas station on the reservation. So I'm like, bet, I'm gonna come pick you up. My house was about 15 minutes from the reservation, and then probably another 7 to the gas station itself. Keeping Pierre on the phone, I got in my car and I started driving his way. I asked him why he was hiding in the bushes, but his whispers were too close to the mic, making it sound all garbled. I told him to get his mouth off the phone and speak slower. But even then, at that time, I didn't understand what Wendigo meant. He started to get worked up on the phone again. I tried to calm him down, repeating that everything's okay, I'm on my way. When I got to the reservation lines, it was eerily quiet that night. The houses I drove by all had their lights off, even the outside lights. There's already not many street lights on the sidewalks out there, not many sidewalks either. That being said, it was extremely dark. My headlights and the big moon were the only things glowing out there. That was until I got closer to the town center, and the gas station looked like a quest beacon. On the phone, I can hear Pierre saying, "Is that you? Is that your car?" But I can't immediately see what bush he's in. Then I hear him start to get all riled up, breathing heavy. He says, "It found me." I start to drive the perimeter of the gas station, and as I round the corner, there's a huge deer just standing there super still, next to a blue metal trash bin. It didn't react when my headlights shined on it. The deer's eyes stayed fixated on a patch of bushes right behind the bin. I said, "Bingo. Pretty sure I know what bush you're in, Pierre." I throw the car into park, but I leave the keys in the engine. Then Pierre says, "Don't get out. Stay there." Hearing that makes me think, oh cool, I'm gonna see him crawling out of the bushes. I wouldn't have to crawl in to get him. A few seconds go by and I don't see any movement from the bushes in front of me. The deer catches my attention again. Its jaw was moving like it had been eating out of the trash, and I wondered what it was chewing on. I was shocked to see parts of the deer's jawbone were fully exposed through torn skin. Its whole body looked damaged, like it had recently had a run-in with a cougar. The fur was patchy. Some of it could have been hanging there simply from the amount of blood that had caked on the skin, like camouflage skin with brown and gray, red, blotchy patterns. The jaw wasn't the only bones exposed either. I could see parts of its ribs. The deer was deathly thin as it was, but there were gaps that were missing from it, like bites had been taken out of it. The more I looked at it, the more injuries I couldn't help but notice. I didn't understand how this thing was still alive, standing. It was really sad to look at. I love animals, and seeing this poor deer broke my heart. But it didn't act like the wounds affected it. The antlers on its head weren't like anything I'd ever seen either, and my sympathy turned to something else. I'd always known deer antlers to spread out almost like tree branches, but the horns on this one looked like sharpened spears, all tilted in the same direction, like a spike pit, jetting forward from its head. None of what I was looking at sat right with me. The more I looked at it, the more I began to feel fear over anything else. I got nervous that Pierre would burst out from the bushes at any moment, spook the deer, and in turn it would impale him with its antlers. I started to feel my heart race and anxiety set in. I was breathing just as hard as Pierre was on the phone. There was still a part of me that didn't want to honk the horn to get the deer to leave. As unsettling as it looked, I didn't want to startle it, have it hurt itself more, or hurt someone else. It wouldn't budge, though. Even when I put the car into drive and slowly crept up to it, the sound of my approaching tires on the ground wasn't enough to perk an ear in my direction. With how shredded it looked, I began to think that it may also have been deaf. Only way to find out was to honk. I press my hand to the center of my steering wheel and slowly begin to apply pressure until I hear the horn squeak. I can also hear its echo through the phone, meaning Pierre was very close. I hadn't laid eyes on him yet, though. The first honk didn't affect the deer in the slightest. A heavier push didn't either. I then tried hitting my horn full blast, intending to stay in that position until the deer showed any sort of reaction. I counted 3 seconds laying on the wheel before the deer finally turned its head slightly. Now its eyes were looking in my direction. Not just my direction, but the deer locked eyes with me. There's an unnecessary detail I usually choose to omit in this story, because just the deer itself was overall terrifying. Not one part of it looked soft or pettable, but the eye that it was staring back at me with, it looked almost human. I don't know. There was a lot of white area around the BB-sized black pupil, looking right at me, like eyes behind a mask. Though what I was staring at clearly wasn't a mask, I honked again, and its head tilted a little further my way. There was a bend in its neck, like the bones underneath were broken, and its head shifted with a sickening bobble and grinding sound as it turned towards me. The deer had all of the features of late decomposition, and I had an abrupt realization that the thing standing in front of my car wasn't what I thought it was. Its body and hooves stayed pointed toward the bushes, but its head had turned almost 90 degrees to face me head-on. Here's another unnecessary detail. I'm not religious. I've never felt the warmth of Jesus. And up until that night, I'd logically say that I've never felt the warmth of the latter. But looking at that deer, the way that it made me feel, I believed without a doubt a voice in my head told me, hey, that feeling's because I'm in the presence of something pure evil. Literally an indescribable, once-in-a-lifetime sensation, like seeing a UFO or discovering that the tooth fairy's real or something. But instead of a childlike excitement, I felt a childlike sense of horror. Small, helpless, unable to comprehend what was going on. Like my vocabulary didn't have the words for what I was looking at. My mind was emptied of any ideas of what to do next besides tremble. But then Pierre surfaced from the bushes at a full tilt sprint. He wasn't sprinting towards my car, but a quick glance in my direction let me know that he at least saw me there. With its head still twisted towards me, the deer's body takes off in the opposite direction, in pursuit of Pierre. Its head was still pointing at me when it turned the corner. I tell myself I need to put the car into drive, and I search for the gear shift like I was driving the family minivan. Truly disoriented, I couldn't figure out where it was. My inside voice was screaming too loudly for me to make thoughts. Building ideas was like a house of cards I kept knocking down, interrupting myself with that inside voice screaming, oh my God, that evil thing looked at me. How do I get this out of park? Oh my God, that evil thing looked at me. I need to get out of here. And then boom. Pierre dives into the back seat of my car. He grabs the automatic stiff shift in between the seats in front of him. Almost like the drugs he was on gave him a psychic ability to know exactly what I needed. It could have been seen as a reckless maneuver, acted on by a man tripping. Either way, he's screaming, go, go, go. And my foot moves off the brake onto the gas, and I'm locked in like Fast and Furious. The deer didn't chase after the car, but in the rearview mirror, what I'd been calling a deer was standing upright, and it looked like its chest cavity was split open. The amount of light provided at the gas station reflected off the textured rib cage. It watched our car until we were out of view, and I could no longer see it from the mirrors anymore. So, later, Pierre tells me that we encountered something called a Wendigo, and I'm pretty sure that it constitutes as a cryptid. So I'm not trying to deceive anyone, just wanting a cryptid story, because that's where that part of the story mostly ends. No matter what happened after, that part was the cryptid portion. But if you're interested in what happened to Pierre's friend, Eric, I've told this part so many times I could sum it up to the details because it's a terrible, unfortunate situation all by itself. That being said, I'm not looking for anyone to be like, wow, this girl must be a bitch because she's talking about it so casually. But I need it to be known, if only for my shallow ego. I'd only been dating Pierre for a few months, and I had no clue who Eric was at the time. And it's all incredibly tragic. But in terms of shaken to the core, life-changing, that was the Wendigo, hands down. This was, well, incredibly tragic. So, that night, I drove Pierre back to my house. Remember, I'm completely sober. And after the 15-minute drive home, I kinda came back down to earth a little bit. And I knew that Pierre was still tripping pretty hard in the back seat. So when we got home, I pulled him out of the back seat of my car, and the front of his shirt was covered in blood. I think that it's his blood, but checking him up and down in the bathroom, I can't see any visible cuts or scrapes on his body. He didn't know where it came from either. It was weird. But it had been a weird night, and this had been the least of it, so I let it go. Pierre couldn't sleep that night, and I was forced to stay awake with him on account of it. The question of whose blood was on the shirt, it would be answered by a group of police officers kicking my cheap front door off its hinges with an arrest warrant for Pierre. Because before he'd been chased by the Wendigo, and hours before he'd called me to pick him up, he and Eric would take a lot of drugs, P included. Well, on account of all that, Pierre stabbed his friend upward of 75 times, maybe, with one of those wine bottle corkscrew things. He didn't even remember doing it, but literally still had the murder weapon stuffed into his pocket of his jeans. All of this completely unrelated to the Wendigo incident, but that whole part usually gets omitted because people only want to hear about the murder case or ask if the Wendigo was a shared hallucination. Some people even insinuating that I was right there with him all night, doing drugs and uncorking his friend. It all just feels like a bit too much all at once. I'm sure if you've made it here, you understand what I mean. And yes, I broke up with him while he was in jail. Our first phone call was the last. I know Pierre didn't get a full life sentence in prison, some big number though. But he can outlive it, I know that. But I guess he's none of my business past this. And now it's none of all of our business, and you can move on with your life just like I did. I never really gave much thought to Bigfoot, Sasquatch, or any of those kinds of things. Not until we bought our cabin a while back. Modest place, older construction, sits at the far edge of our property line where the tree line thickens and doesn't stop. The entire back of the land is bordered by Olympic National Park, not the part where the welcome signs and parking lot maps live. I mean the deep part, the unmaintained part, miles and miles of wilderness that's almost completely untouched. There aren't even trails through this particular part. No reason for anyone to go out there unless they're a hardcore backpacker or trying to get lost on purpose. When we first bought the place, I didn't think entirely about what that meant. I just saw quiet woods and privacy. No neighbors, no traffic. It seemed perfect. But almost immediately after moving in, I started noticing things. Little things at first. The forest around here is dense, like can't see more than 10 feet ahead dense. If you're not on a clear path, you're wading through ferns taller than your waist and brush that pulls at your arms. It's really beautiful, but it does feel like it's swallowing you. And more than once while walking my dog near the property line, I got the strong sense that something was there. I'd stop and listen, try to hear movement, but nothing. Not a bird or a branch. Just this low, pressing quiet. Made me want to turn around and head back inside. It's wise to keep your head on a swivel. There are mountain lions to worry about after all. But then there were the knocks. I didn't know what they were at first. They were just these loud, sharp cracks, like someone smacking a bat against a tree. I assumed at first it was distant construction, maybe some kind of animal fighting, but they would come at odd times. Midnight, 3 a.m., once at dawn. It was definitely echoing from somewhere deep in the trees, not where construction would be. It was always just a few knocks spaced out, never close enough to see what was making it, but loud enough that I could feel it in my chest. My partner brushed it off, said it was just nature. Maybe it was, but we started hearing whistling. One night we were sitting on the deck, quiet night. The stars were out. There wasn't even any wind, and there was this long, rising whistle floating out from the trees, high-pitched, almost human, but not quite. It stopped both of us mid-conversation. "What the hell was that?" she asked. I had no idea, but it kept happening. A few times a month, maybe. Always in the dead of night. Always from somewhere just past where the backyard light fades into the brush. We sort of stopped sitting out there at night for a while. When we got the courage to basically start going out there again, something started throwing rocks. It was obvious that something was throwing them. Nowhere else they could have come from. Twice while chopping wood or walking the back path, I've had baseball-sized stones land within 10 feet of me, not roll down a slope. They weren't falling from a tree, they were thrown with force. One actually hit the fence behind me. I never saw where it came from. Admittedly, that's when I started reading things, and there's no shortage of stuff to read on this topic, I assure you. That's basically what brought me to Reddit. I wasn't trying to watch the TV stuff, but I wanted real accounts. Forest rangers, hikers, hunters. And that's when I found this sub. So much of what I've read here matches what we've experienced. Almost too much. The knocks, the whistles, the rock throwing. Feelings of being watched. The smells, even. I never would have connected the dots myself, but once I saw the patterns, I don't know. It's hard to ignore. The weirdest thing that's happened so far was last fall. We were raking up the yard, clearing debris from the windstorm. I went inside to grab a drink, and when I came back out, something had left a dead rabbit, perfectly intact, on the edge of our deck. No blood, no wounds, just placed there, facing the door. Our dog didn't react. That's what really freaked me out. He didn't bark or growl, he just stood there, tail tucked, and refused to go near it. We burned the body and saged the property that night. I'm not superstitious, but it felt like the right thing to do. Obviously, I haven't gone around talking to the town about it. I don't want to be that guy. But I can't really pretend that something isn't going on. Whatever it is, it's out there. It seems smart. It always felt like it didn't want to be seen, but wanted us to know it was there. I was 17 when this happened, back when smartphones weren't really a thing, and before anyone worried too much about private property signs out in the middle of nowhere. We lived in a dead-end town in West Virginia that didn't have much for teenagers to do, so we pretty much just made trouble wherever we could. Bonfires in the woods, hanging out in abandoned houses, train tracks, quarries, whatever we could find to break up the boredom. That night, we decided to head out to an old field just past a fence line where a long stretch of private land started. No one ever saw the owner, just a faded metal sign that said no trespassing, violators will be shot, that kind of thing. We'd been out there a couple of times already and nothing had ever happened. It was just an open field that backed up into a patch of trees and a collapsed barn. The perfect place to drink warm beer and pretend we weren't freezing our asses off in late November. There were 4 of us that night. Me, Derek, CJ, and a girl named Mallory, who I had a thing for quite a while. Never really said anything about it, though. I remember she was wearing one of those big flannel jackets, had a pack of grape-flavored Swishers tucked in her boot. That's how vivid some parts of the night still are. But the rest is like looking through a dirty window. You can make out the shapes, but the details are wrong or missing. We got out there just before sundown. I remember how pink the sky looked over the trees, like it had been smudged with charcoal and rust. We climbed that fence like we always did, walked down a gravel path, and spread out in the grass near the tree line. Derek was playing the guitar, and we all started drinking beer, not starting a fire yet. I remember seeing the light first. It wasn't bright, more like kind of soft mint green glow you'd see from a glow stick left out too long. It looked like it was hovering low in the field at first, but then it stood up. That's the only way to describe it. Like something that had been crouched and suddenly straightened itself. Tall, thin, glowing just enough to catch your eye, but not enough to light anything else around it. I don't remember what anyone said, if anyone said anything at all, but I remember the way the air was different. It was like pressure had dropped or the humidity spiked. My ears were popping. CJ pulled out a flashlight, shining it toward the thing. Then we heard a sound. It wasn't loud, but it was heavy in the head, a sort of high-pitched humming. Not like a machine or a speaker, but more like a whine that came from inside your skull. It made my teeth hurt. Mallory dropped her drink. Derek said that he felt like he was about to puke. The flashlight flickered. Not a normal one, like it was glitching. That's where my memory goes dark. We weren't running or screaming. It cuts. The next thing I remember is waking up in my own bed the next morning. No hangover, just silence in my head, like something had been there and left. I thought maybe I'd just gone home early, that I chickened out or fell asleep in the truck or something. But when I looked at my hands, the pads of my fingers were raw and pink, like mild burns. It was sensitive. I tried to brush it off, thinking maybe I grabbed something hot by mistake, but it stuck with me. CJ didn't come to school that day, or the day after. When I finally did talk to him, he said he didn't remember anything either. Said he woke up in his living room, curled up next to the front door. I tried to bring it up casually, what we saw, what we heard, but the others just got quiet or shrugged like it hadn't been anything. Mallory wouldn't even look at me when I asked if she remembered the light. She just said something like, "We were drunk, probably nothing." But it was something. I was driving home on a familiar back road one night, a really dark night, this particular road especially. I don't remember what song was playing. I don't remember what I was thinking about. Just that it was late, and I was tired, and I wanted to be home. And then I saw something move across the road in front of me. At first, I thought it was a plastic bag, something small and pale fluttering along in the wind, catching my headlights just right. But it wasn't blowing. It was walking, upright, stepping from one side of the road to the other with this weird, exaggerated, jaunty little gait. I slowed the car, leaning forward, trying to make sense of it. It was tiny, maybe a foot tall, if that, about the size of a Pringles can, though thinner and more delicate. Its entire body was stark white and vaguely translucent. I could see the faint shimmer of the asphalt through it, like it was made of silk or mist or something that didn't belong entirely in this world. Its legs, if that's what they were, tapered off into flowy, ribbon-like tendrils that trailed behind as they walked. There were no arms, no face, just this small, leggy figure, stepping with the exaggerated bounce of an old cartoon character. The best way I can describe the movement is like the dwarves marching off to work in Snow White, all knees and swinging hips, or like Mickey Mouse when he's being theatrical. It wasn't threatening. Honestly, it was almost cute, but it didn't belong there, and I knew that immediately. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I didn't stop, but I slowed almost to a crawl as I approached it. As I passed through the spot where it had been walking, it didn't scurry away or vanish into the woods. It didn't even seem to notice me. It just faded. My headlights passed through it. It was like driving through mist, but more structured, more there. And then it was gone. I was still halfway through the curve before I realized I'd been holding my breath. I immediately called my boyfriend, now my ex, and tried to describe what I'd seen. My voice was shaking, but not because I was scared. I wasn't scared. Not exactly. Just rattled in that way you are when the world suddenly cracks a little, and something slips through that doesn't make any sense. He listened patiently, and then he said, "That kind of sounds like a Fresno nightcrawler." I had never heard that name before. It sounded like something out of a campy sci-fi movie. But when I got home and looked it up, still in my coat, still standing in the hallway with my shoes on, I felt the blood drain from my face. That was what I saw. Every image, every grainy video, every artist rendering, it matched. The size, the walk, the ribbons. The fact that it looked more like a floating pair of haunted pants than any living thing. The only thing that didn't add up was the location. I don't live in California. I've never been to California. I live on the opposite side of the country, thousands of miles from where this thing is supposed to be seen. And yet, there it was, on a dark road that I've driven ever since I was old enough to get behind the wheel. A road that I've never been afraid of. Still not sure if I need to be now. I've told the story a few times since then, mostly to friends who are into weird folklore, cryptids. Reactions vary. Some people laugh. Some people think I made it up, but just a few get quiet. One friend said that she's heard of something similar being spotted in the Appalachian region, which made me feel less crazy, but no one's ever offered a real explanation. Despite continuing to drive that road constantly, I haven't seen it since. I do think about it almost every time, though. Whatever it was, it didn't feel evil, but it didn't feel like it was supposed to be here either. And maybe that's what was the most unsettling part. Where did it come from? This happened the summer my daughter turned 4. She was obsessed with her blue kiddie pool, the inflatable kind with cartoon sea creatures printed on the sides. I'd set it up in the backyard like I always did, half in the sun, half in the shade. A decent compromise so I didn't have to slather her with SPF 80 every hour. I filled the pool with a hose, tossed in a few plastic toys, and she splashed around for a solid hour while I read a book nearby. We went inside around lunch. She had a nap. The pool sat untouched for the rest of the day. And then around 6 p.m., I got a text from my neighbor, Janie. It said, "Hey, your kiddie pool is bubbling." I read it twice, confused. Bubbling? It wasn't plugged into anything. No jets or heater. There was no reason it should be doing anything other than sitting there being filled with stale hose water. So I went out to check, and sure enough, the pool was moving, rippling, almost violently, like something underneath was trying to get out. But there was no wind. The air was still. Even the wind chimes on the porch were quiet. At first I thought maybe a squirrel or a bird had gotten stuck under the liner, until the center of the pool bulged upward. I stood there. The bulge shifted, and from the waterlogged bottom of the pool, something began to press up, hard. I watched, completely still, as a small hand pushed against the plastic from underneath. Not a child's hand. This was something pale, and long. It was almost gray. Its fingers, there was only 3 of them, tipped with tiny black points. It pressed against the pool wall for maybe a second, 2 at most, before slipping back down and disappearing. Then, like a balloon losing air, the pool deflated. The water drained out through some tears, leaking into the grass. A few of the toys floated to the edge and rolled out onto the ground. Eventually, I got close enough to peek under the pool. Nothing. There were no creatures, no holes, no animal, just soaked grass. The pool was in perfect condition, but even that seemed wrong. The grass, the patch in the middle, the exact spot where the hand had pushed up, it was too perfect. It wasn't flattened, just dry, as if the water had avoided it entirely. The soil beneath was cracked, like it hadn't seen moisture in months, even though I'd just dumped gallons of water onto it. I didn't say anything to Janie. What was I supposed to text back? Yeah, thanks for the heads up. There's a demon living in my backyard now. Instead, I just tossed the pool into the trash bin, tried to forget about it, decided I'd get a new one. The yard, however, wouldn't let me forget about it. That circle of dead grass never went away. No matter how much I watered it, reseeded it, dug it up, replaced the soil, it stayed dead. A perfect pale ring, maybe 3 feet across. The weeds and the bugs won't even live there. It's just this strange, stubborn patch of nothing. We stopped using that part of the yard altogether. My daughter didn't even really like to play near it anymore, which, that's scary. She said it gave her a sad tummy, which, honestly, same. The few times that people have pointed it out to ask what happened, we just said we weren't sure, that it's always been like that. Eventually, I convinced myself that it was just one of those weird things, maybe a gas bubble from under the soil, maybe some bizarre water pressure situation that tore the pool and nothing more. But the hand, the fingers, those I can't explain. This is a strange one, so bear with me. The first time it happened, I thought I was just tired. It was nearly midnight, and I was walking my dog Murphy, who insists on a 3rd bathroom break before bed, like he's got a contract with nature. Our neighborhood is quiet. You hear the hum of streetlights and insects over traffic, that's for sure. It was one of those heavy, still nights, humid, no wind. The only real movement was the occasional flicker of a moth. We were coming up on the old Johnson place. They'd moved out maybe 6 months ago. Foreclosure, I think. House was still empty. Grass high enough to lose a toddler in. And right there at the edge of the yard stood their old black mailbox, leaning slightly. The little red flag broke off long ago. Then a giggle. Just a tiny one. Childlike. Like the start of a laugh before someone remembers they're supposed to be quiet. It came from the direction of the mailbox. Murphy froze, his ears perked. I figured maybe a kid was hiding in the bushes or someone left a Bluetooth speaker out. But then it came again, longer this time. Not a giggle, but a weird, breathy laugh. Almost conversational, like 2 people whisper laughing together during a boring meeting. I stood there, just staring at the damn mailbox. It was the only thing there. There was no movement anywhere. But the laughter kept going in short bursts. Every time I stepped closer, it went quiet. And every time I backed up, it would start again. I pulled out my phone and hit record. I wasn't even scared at this point, just annoyed that a mailbox might be gaslighting me. I walked slowly towards it, keeping the camera trained dead center. The laughter stopped. Nothing moved, not a sound, not even a cricket. Murphy whined and pulled towards home. I took the hint. When I got back, I watched the footage. There I was, walking up to the mailbox, pausing, clearly reacting to something. My face was a mix of curiosity and concern, but the audio, silent. Nothing. Not even ambient noise, just dead air. The next night I waited, walked Murphy at the exact same time. We took the same route. When we reached the mailbox, I stopped. And this time, I saw something. Something small, maybe the size of a squirrel, but too upright and too quick. Slipped out of the open slot and darted across the grass. It moved like it had knees. I swear I saw tiny arms. It paused at the tree line and then zipped further away before I could even think of pulling my phone out. I stood there, stunned. It was too small to be a person, too smooth to be an animal. I couldn't explain it. And worse, I couldn't prove it. So I did what anyone else would do. I called my big sister. The next night she came over. I explained the whole thing. Giggles, shadows, squirrel-sized goblins. And I could tell she didn't quite buy it. Still, she humored me. We walked Murphy together, stopped in front of the mailbox. Nothing. I felt ridiculous. We waited a solid 10 minutes, walked in a circle, came back. No laughter, no movement. I think you need sleep, she said. Or iron. Frustrated, I gave up. She walked on ahead to the end of the block while I scooped after Murphy. A minute later, she came jogging back. Okay, I heard it, she said, winded. Right after I passed it. Like, right after. It laughed. We rushed back. She opened the mailbox. Empty. But she did look pale. You believe me now? She nodded slowly. Yeah, it was like someone laughing inside the mailbox. My sister says she won't go near the thing anymore. And honestly, I don't really blame her. Me, I'm a little more whimsical than her, and I'm a little less scared knowing that she heard it too. I've left little offerings, crackers, shiny things. They disappear sometimes. Other times they're just gone and replaced by nothing but that familiar, distant snickering. I still hear it sometimes. I still walk Murphy past it, always on the opposite side of the street now. Sometimes I see that little blur dart in and out. I've never caught it on camera, never seen it clearly in the light. But I know it's definitely real. The creepiest part, it doesn't feel evil, it just feels amused. Like it's in on some joke and everyone else is the punchline. When I was around 14, early 2000s, my cousins and I spent the summer with our grandparents in western North Carolina. They had a quiet place tucked up near the base of the Smokies, not too far from Cherokee. In the woods behind their property, it stretched on for what felt like forever. It always smelled like wet earth out there, and pine sap. Everything seemed a little darker under the canopy, even during the day. We were bored mostly. There was no internet or cable. My cousins were more interested in playing Game Boy than hiking, so I'd take off on my own sometimes, walking the trails and pretending I knew my way around. I like to think of myself as brave back then, but truthfully, I never went that far. Just enough to be alone and feel like I was discovering something. One of those days, I was about a mile out, standing at the edge of this small creek, when I felt that unmistakable sensation, like someone was watching me. I scanned the tree line, expecting to see my cousins. Instead, up in the trees, maybe 15 feet off the ground, crouched on a thick branch, was something watching me. It wasn't a squirrel or anything. It was bigger, maybe 3 feet tall, but hunched low. Its body was covered in reddish-brown hair, not thick and shaggy like a bear cub's, but finer, almost like an orangutan's. The limbs were long. Its fingers gripped the branch like it had done it 1,000 times before. Its eyes, I think, were the worst part. Dark, wide, intelligent. There was something behind them that felt knowing, like it wasn't just looking at me, but through me. The moment it realized I saw it, it took off, fast, not crashing through the branches like you'd expect from a panicked animal, but deliberate, controlled. It swung itself deeper into the trees and was gone in seconds. I just stood there. My heart was racing. I was trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. When I got back, I didn't say anything. I wasn't even sure how to describe it. For a few years after, I searched local news thinking maybe somebody's exotic pet had escaped, some kind of monkey or something, but nothing ever turned up. Eventually, I just chalked it up to a weird one-time experience, my imagination maybe. I never saw it again, at least not for a while. Life moved on and I forgot about it mostly, but a few years ago I was listening to an episode of Lore. They were talking about this creature from Wampanoag folklore, called the Pukwudgie. I was only half listening until they described it. Small, hairy humanoids, sometimes ape-like, known to throw stones, disappear into forests, and watch humans from the trees. I felt a chill run through me. I hadn't thought about that day in years, but hearing that name and description, it pulled something loose in my memory, and suddenly I was 14 again, standing by that creek, locking eyes with something I wasn't supposed to see. I tried to convince myself it was just coincidence, that folklore stories can be vague and match just about anything if you squint hard enough. But it didn't feel like a coincidence. And then a few months ago I made the mistake of going back. Not for any real reason. I was in the area for work, had a couple of hours to kill. Thought it might be nostalgic to wander the old woods by my grandparents' old place, see if the trails were still there. Everything felt smaller and more overgrown, and I barely recognized the path. I was maybe 10 minutes in when something hit me hard on the shoulder. It was a rock, not a branch, a smooth stone that had been thrown. I looked up instantly, and just for a second, I saw a figure duck behind a tree, small, about the same size as what I saw before. I obviously wasn't going to go looking after it. I stood there for a long time before I just turned around. I hadn't really told anybody about any of this until now. I really don't know what it is that I saw, but I don't think I'll be going back to look again. I was around 8 when this happened, so for a long time I chalked it up to an overactive imagination. Maybe a dream that I turned into a memory, but I know what I saw. This happened in the summer, sometime in the mid-90s. My mom and I were canoeing along a quiet stretch of river in southeastern Saskatchewan. We were visiting family that week, and this river, more like a wide, slow-moving stream, cut through the woods just a few miles from my grandparents' house and their farm. So it was just the two of us, my mom in the back steering and me in the front, pretending I was some brave explorer charting new territory. I remember dipping my fingers into the water, letting them trail alongside the canoe. I remember dragonflies, the occasional fish breaking the surface. It was really peaceful. About halfway through the trip, we drifted into a deeper, darker section of the river. The trees leaned in tighter overhead, and the water turned murky, still, almost glassy. I remember thinking it looked too still, like the surface was frozen. Then something touched the canoe. Not touched, grabbed. Fingers, long, pale fingers reached up from below the waterline and pressed against the side of the canoe. I remember the exact moment they broke the surface. Smooth, pale gray skin. No fingernails, just tapered tips, like soft claws. They spread out, palm first, like whatever it was trying to feel the shape of the boat. I didn't scream. I didn't even call for my mom. I just stared. Then it lifted its head. It came up slow, like it didn't need to breathe, like it was curious. Its face was everything wrong, thin, almost skeletal. No nose or ears. The skin matched the fingers, smooth and almost amphibian-like, like a frog or something that was never meant to be dry. Its mouth was just a narrow slit, closed tight, but its eyes, they were huge, glossy and black. They were unblinking, just staring straight at me, like it was sizing me up, like it knew I could see it. I finally considered screaming, but just like that, it sank back down. No splash or ripple, just let go of the canoe and disappeared into the murk. I sat there for a few seconds, not really breathing, waiting for it to come back. It didn't. When I finally felt like I was safe, I turned around and asked my mom, "Did you see that?" She looked confused. "See what?" I told her about the hand, the face, the eyes. She looked over the side, joked that it was probably a fish or a log, and just kept paddling. But I couldn't shake it. For the rest of the trip, I kept looking down into the water, half expecting to see that face appear again. I didn't trail my fingers in the water anymore. I kept them in my lap. I was in junior high when this happened. I had plans to hit a party with a couple of friends just to get together near our school. It was already dark when we hit the road, cutting through a stretch that ran between some older farmland and patches of woods. Not much traffic, not much light. It was definitely a more forgotten road. And on that road, we saw something. It came out of nowhere, right across my windshield. A massive bird, easily larger than any owl I'd ever seen. Its wingspan extended at least 2 feet beyond either side of the car, and I instinctively slammed on the brakes. For a split second, it hovered in front of us, just above the hood, and that's when I could see its face. It wasn't an owl's face, not even close. It had the face of a baby, pale, almost sickly gray. Could have been made of stone. Round, soft features that didn't belong on something that size, or on something that flew. Its eyes were too dark, too deep, like looking into a well at midnight. I couldn't move or speak, and in the seat next to me, my friend just kept whispering, "What is that? What is that?" It flew off after a moment, if you could call it flying. It didn't flap like a bird, it glided, slow and deliberate, into the trees on the other side of the road. And then it was gone. We sat in the car for a long time just staring at the spot where it had vanished. My friend was visibly shaken, white-knuckled, sweating, refusing to get out of the car once we got to the party. He'd never heard of anything like that, and he didn't want to. He asked me to take him home instead. I didn't sleep much that night or party. I kept seeing its face every time I closed my eyes. Too human and too stiff. The next morning, I told my mom about it. I didn't even know what to call it, just described what I saw. I don't know what I was hoping she would do. I guess help me brush it off as a big owl. But instead, she looked at me in this strange, knowing way. She told me something I'll never forget. "I was up all night praying," she said. "I don't know why. I just had a really bad feeling, like something wasn't right." "Isa la chusa." "What was that?" I asked her. "A brua. a witch that takes the form of a massive owl to roam the night, preys on the weak or the unlucky. Some say that it appears as a warning. Others say that it is the danger. My mom believed in it. And after that night, I guess I do too. I never saw it again, thankfully. But it certainly created a fear in night driving for me. I still glance up at the trees when I'm driving, just in case. I was 17 the first time I went to Warden State Forest alone. It's in South Jersey, mostly pine, swamp, and sand trails that all look the same once you're a mile in. Locals joke that the woods are older than God out there, and they're not wrong. There's something wrong about the air, though, like it holds things longer than it should. Anyway, I went out there to clear my head. That's what I told people. Truth was, I was running from something. Not a person, just everything. I'd lost someone a few weeks before. Sudden death, wrong place, wrong time. I won't get into it here, just I wasn't sleeping, and the forest seemed like the only place that didn't remind me of her. It was late afternoon when I got there, middle of fall. It was sort of a gray light that made everything feel underwater. I walked for a couple of hours, didn't speak, didn't even really think. Just let the rhythm of my boots take the trail and pull me along. Eventually, I left the path and started following this little deer trail that cut through a patch of young pines. That's when I heard something breathing. It wasn't me, obviously, but it was steady, rhythmic, almost patterned. I stopped. It didn't. I thought it was maybe wind in the trees at first, hopefully. But there wasn't any wind. And the sound, it was wet. Like something was breathing through a wet mouth. Struggling a little with each inhale, I turned in place slowly, trying not to make a sound. About 20 yards off, there was a rise in the land, sandy, with a patchy brush. And behind that, just barely visible, something was watching me. I don't know how I saw it. I shouldn't have. It blended in with the trees almost perfectly. The same color, the same shape. But my eyes kept finding it again and again, like my brain didn't want to register it. It was standing, tall, angular, shoulders bent weird, head like a horse skull but stretched thinner, and wings maybe, not open, but tucked alongside its back. It seemed to sort of hug itself, like a bat hanging upside down, but right side up. It didn't move, but I could feel its attention. I don't know how long I stood there. Time didn't feel normal. I only remember my fingers going numb and realizing that I'd been holding my breath. Then I blinked, and it was gone. No sound, no motion, just gone. I walked straight out of the forest and I didn't look back. I drove home, and that was it. The part that bothers me a lot, what stuck with me more than anything, maybe. It was a look in its eyes. For that 1 second that we locked eyes, I felt this weird recognition, like it had seen me before. I only saw it once, but it saw me too, and I just can't get over that. This happened a couple of years ago, and I still don't know what to make of it. I wasn't drunk, I wasn't sleep deprived, and I know what I saw. I had just started a new job out in southern Colorado, took a small rental house on the edge of town, an older place, quiet. It backed up to a field that turned into woods, and I'd often see deer passing through in the mornings. Peaceful kind of life. About a month in, I started noticing something strange. There was this coyote that started showing up at the edge of the field. At first, I barely gave it a second thought. Pretty common out there. But this one never came too close. It would just watch, always standing still, always facing the house. It showed up around dusk almost every day, always in the exact same spot, like clockwork. After about a week of this, I tried to snap a picture, but when I raised my phone, it trotted back into the tree line. It was just gone. And one night, I stepped out onto the porch to bring in a package, and I found it sitting at the bottom of the steps. Same coyote, still as a statue. Eyes locked on mine. It growled. Not a full snarl, just a deep, low vibration. And it turned its head toward the field, like it wanted me to look. And I did. At first, I didn't see anything. But then in the trees, I noticed movement. Something too big to be another coyote, standing on two legs, watching us from between the branches. I blinked, and it was gone. When I looked back down, the coyote was gone too. No sound, no tracks. Gone. That night, I couldn't sleep. Something felt wrong in the house. The walls felt too thin, the lights were flickering. Was it the weather? I don't know. I thought I heard footsteps on the back porch. I got up and looked, sure I was going to see something. But of course, I didn't see anything to match the footsteps. The next evening, I left work late and I got home just after dark. As I pulled up, my headlights swept across the front porch, and I saw it again. The coyote. Only this time, it wasn't standing still. It was pacing, agitated, looking from the house to the field and back again. I thought this thing was trying to warn me or kill me. I parked, but I didn't get out. I just sat there with my engine running. Something told me not to open the door. About 2 minutes later, I saw the back porch light turn on inside the house. The problem was, I hadn't gone inside yet. I didn't go in that night at all. I drove to a motel and stayed there. The next morning, I went home to find the back door wide open. No sign of forced entry, nothing taken. But my kitchen, it smelled horrible, like garbage and wet earth. And metal, like something had been in there. The coyote never came back after that. And once my time was up, I didn't go back either. But I do wonder if whatever that coyote was trying to warn me about, maybe that stayed. Or maybe that's where it lives. Whatever it was. The storm came in fast, faster than the charts predicted. We were off diving a small research vessel, just me and my wife, Lena. Our last trip before she transitioned out of the field for good. She said her body couldn't take the pressure anymore, but I think she just got tired of chasing shadows at the bottom of the sea. We were hunting sound. Not whales or seismic shifts, a tone. An anomaly that kept showing up on deep sea recorders off the Mariana Shelf. Lena had found it on an old Navy hydrophone archive. It was from the 90s and she became obsessed. She called it the lullaby. We had one shot to drop in before the storm swallowed us. She begged to go with me. She said that she wanted to hear it with her own ears. And she did. About 2,000 feet down, the ocean stopped sounding like water. No wails or rumblings going about, just this long, low tone, almost warm, like it knew we were there. I felt it in my teeth. She grinned through her mask like a kid at Christmas, and then she whispered, "It's beautiful." And I remember thinking, whispered? We weren't on comms. And that's when my light died, and then hers, and that tone changed. wasn't warm anymore. It was closer and layered, like there was something behind it, a presence. We held our position and tried not to panic, but then something moved, just outside the lights, a shimmer, a glint, and the tone. It began mimicking our breathing. I swear on my life, it synced to her first, like it was trying to calm her or lull her. Lena went limp, like she was in a trance, started drifting toward the edge of the trench wall. I grabbed her arm and something was pulling her. I kicked, yanked her back. She screamed, not in pain, in rage. "Let go of me," she cried. How could I hear that? I managed to trigger the emergency ascend, pulling both of our suits upward toward the surface. But halfway up, she fought me, kicking at me, tried to shut off her own suit ballast. She kept muttering, "Don't take me away from them." When we finally made it back to the boat and were in a dire rush to make it back to shore as the storm started, I asked Lena, "What happened down there?" She told me she heard my voice. She heard me calling for her. Said she didn't remember fighting me, didn't remember trying to go toward the trench. We really have no idea what the hell happened out there. But it wasn't just Lena's last time in the water. I decided to hang it up as well. The sea is vast, and there's so much to see. But I've decided there's just as much to see on land. At least up here, I've got some sort of advantage. I live alone in a cabin in Washington State, about 30 minutes from the nearest paved road and at least an hour from cell reception. I'm not some hermit. I just like the quiet, and I've worked from home since before it was popular. My land backs up to a national forest, so it's not unusual to hear animals at night or even run into hikers during the warmer months. But this happened in October. I woke up around 2:30 in the morning. I needed to use the bathroom. I walked out onto the porch. The outhouse is about 20 yards out, and the forest was dead silent. Not totally unusual. It might not sound strange, but if you've lived near the woods, you know there's always something making noise. Frogs, bugs, owls. But tonight was unusually quiet. I was halfway to the outhouse when I heard it. A single, low grunt, like something exhaling hard, deep in the trees. I stopped and listened. Another obvious grunt, closer this time. Not a bear. I've heard them before. This sounded heavier. Then came the knock. Just one, like a baseball bat against a tree trunk. It echoed, sharp and hollow, way too close for comfort. I froze, still holding the outhouse door. That's when I smelled something sour, musky, like wet dog mixed with spoiled meat. I didn't go. I backed up toward the house, not turning around, just moving slow, like I'd seen in nature videos. Whatever it was, I didn't want to trigger it to where I was. I made it back inside, locked the door, turned off all the lights. About 10 minutes later, I heard something walk across my porch. I say walk, but it was deliberate. Slow, 4 steps, and then nothing. I sat there all night with my rifle in my lap, watching the front door. I never heard it walk away. Next morning, I found footprints in the frost on my porch. Huge ones, barefoot, way bigger than mine. They weren't human-shaped, not exactly, far too wide and too long, and the stride was massive. I haven't thought to talk about this much. People roll their eyes when you say Bigfoot, but I know something was strange. I know I heard something, saw something. And I smelled that horrible smell. And I know something walked across my porch that night. Mainly, I just know I wasn't alone. Do any other 90s Nevada kids have a memory of a school assembly with a guy coming in to talk about drinking and driving? He was in an electric wheelchair, dyed his hair blue. He may have only been hired in Clark County, but this couldn't have been isolated to just my elementary school. I have no clue what his name was, but yeah, tell me if you remember this. And if you don't, just keep in mind that I wasn't even 10 yet. And this guy starts his story by telling us that he and his girl had just scored a bag of angel dust after a night of heavy drinking. Guy had a Pontiac Firebird, brand new. He used to be a business guy, someone making a lot of money in a high-up position, probably like a Wolf on Wall Street kind of guy. He's cruising, going way above the speed limit, and thinks that he sees an animal on the road. He swerves, slams into a telephone pole. Girl goes out the windshield, like a torpedo. His words, not mine. But he was wearing his seatbelt. He didn't remember putting it on. Said Jesus clicked it for him. Jesus must have forgotten about his passenger. He didn't say that, and I didn't ask. But I did ask my teacher why Jesus didn't click his girlfriend's seatbelt too, and the teacher laughed, but had no answer for me. All right, guy hits the pole, girlfriend flies away, dies. He sees her go, unbuckles his Jesus belt, gets out to go find her. His arm and shoulder are broken from the airbag, but he can't feel anything because he's still jazzing on the multitude of substances he consumed earlier. The telephone pole almost completely split the car in half, like he could have stepped out the open side on his right, but instead exited out the car door to look for his girlfriend. At the end, he trips and lands on the live wires of the telephone pole and electrocutes himself, to the extent of needing his left arm and both legs amputated. His shtick was to use the good arm to pull out a trucker hat from behind his back. Across the front of the hat, in large graffiti-looking font, it said, "Handy." Then he puts it on his head and proudly screams, "This is my only handicap," while pointing at it, almost challenging us to say anything otherwise. It was an uncomfortable joke, and a lot of us didn't know whether to laugh or continue to feel bad for the man. We were definitely too young for his story. And that's why I'm wondering if anyone else that didn't go to Hickory Ridge recalled this guy, because he got really off track. Started telling some wild story that happened right before he fell on the wires. Like, took the assembly from its scheduled 30 minutes to over an hour. Our recess bell rang, but the teacher didn't let us leave. I'm gonna call this guy Sam. Sam gets to the part where he realizes his girlfriend's been ejected through the windshield. A girl a few rows in front of me raises her hand. She asks, "Where'd she go?" Sam says something along the lines of, "I don't know if I can get into all of that." But what big room full of children wouldn't all start coaxing him to get into all of whatever that was? He looked in the direction of our principal, who had only been paying attention enough to give a thumbs up before returning to her conversation with another teacher. Sam says, "All right." He sits up in his chair and leans forward the best he could. The happy, high-pitched, almost annoying voice that he was using switched to low and serious. Then he starts by asking if anyone knows about the abandoned mine shaft down on Oldman Highway, southern tip of the state. After a brief silence, he says, "Well, a family of Bigfoot lives in that cave, and they despise me, because almost a year before that accident, I was driving down that same road, and one of their young'uns was on the shoulder. I didn't see it when I rounded the corner. That thing broke my windshield. In his rearview mirror, he saw who he presumed to be the young'un's much bigger dad chasing after the car. After that, he said he did his best to stay out of that area because they could smell his scent, and every time he drove through after that, he'd always eventually see the Bigfoot stalking him, hiding behind the trees or big rocks. It would always make sure that he knew, that they knew he was there. On the night of the accident he came to talk about, he didn't want to go down there, but the only dealer that would answer his calls was a guy in Golden Shores, and the fastest road from point A to B was Oltman Highway. Being an addict, he chose the quicker route, rather than the safer trip, which added an extra half hour. Then, Sam says, remember the animal in the road, the one that I swerved into the telephone pole for. That's only true on police paperwork. What really happened is I got ambushed by the Bigfoot. He chose that night to seek his revenge on me. He says the Bigfoot gave him one too many chances to stay away, and when he caught up to the Firebird that Sam was driving, the Bigfoot came from the side and shoulder rammed the side of the car, sending it into the telephone pole. He points to the kid who had the original question and goes, "You asked where the girl went, right?" Their nervous head nods yes, and Sam says, "Yeah, well, she went far away, not anywhere close to the car. And that's why you should always wear your seatbelt." He tells us that he went looking for her, calling her name while slowly making his way down the little embankment off the side of the highway. It was the middle of the night and pretty much impossible to get a good view of anything, and the grass where he thinks she landed was tall and overgrown. He starts to tiptoe, stepping around while kicking through the grass, hoping he'll make contact with her. The pain in his broken bones slowly begin to throb with the rhythm of his heartbeat. At the bottom of the hill, the V-shaped ground rises up to an almost vertical rock wall that leads to a plateau. Somehow after the crash, one of the car's headlights is still working, has a little bit of the rocky incline in its light. Sam heard small rocks falling down the wall. He looked up, saw his girlfriend on the edge of the dim light. From his point of view, it looked like she was hovering above him on her back. Her arms and legs hung limp, her head tilted back. Her blonde hair and dress fluttered beneath in the wind, but her back was curved like she was pushing out with her chest. She hung like that, above his head, before her body floated out of the light. Sam stepped back and watched her continue to levitate upward. Now only brightened with what the moon could provide, she was a little more than a silhouette, hidden in the rock's reflections. Sam stops and asks us if we know why cats' eyes glow red in the dark. In a surprising turn of events, and out of his whole presentation, he tells us a fact that I've been able to remember ever since he told us. There's a reflective layer in their eyes called the tapetum lucidum. It acts like a mirror, reflecting light back through the retina, which boosts the amount of light available for the cat to see in low light conditions. He says cats have them, owls have them, but other creatures have them too. They can see you a lot better in the dark than you can see them. He says that he backed up more and he saw two big red eyes hovering just above the girl's chest. What Sam mistook as floating was her body being dragged up an almost 90-degree rock wall. He thought that he was looking at a mountain lion pulling her up by her shirt and its teeth, but when it fully made its way to the top of the plateau, it stood up on two legs, and Sam could see that it was the Bigfoot. With the girl still firmly in between its snarling teeth, it stared down at Sam. His injuries were becoming increasingly more and more painful as he described the situation, sobering him up. No matter what, his only option was going to be walking miles to the nearest gas station for help. But Sam's too afraid to move as he stared back up at the menacing giant. Another realization sends a jolt of distress through his body. more than the broken bones. Looking up at that Bigfoot, he doesn't think it's the same one that pushed the car off the road. He becomes paranoid that there's a second Bigfoot coming for him, and that's why the first one hadn't left yet. Sam said the moment when it all sank in was the most fear that he'd ever felt in his life. He admitted to urinating himself without even knowing it. Trapped at the bottom, the hill leading to the highway was more forgiving when it came to an incline, and he was able to crawl his way up using one arm. Thinking he was going to get grabbed from behind every agonizing inch he progressed, Sam was exhausted and woozy by the time he reached the top of the hill, back to where his car laid. Debris from it were littering the road in both directions. He looked, and the smell of oil and gas permeated the air. But there was no fire from the wreckage. The thought crossed his mind that if there was a fire, the possibilities of someone seeing it and discovering there'd been an accident and going to look for them would be sooner than not. He was hoping that it would make a big enough smoke cloud to reach over the hills. Maybe someone, anyone, would see it and go investigate. With his good arm, Sam digs in the pockets of his jeans. Every movement he makes sends a binding surge of pain through his body. And of course, what he was searching for had to be in the third of the 4 pockets that he had checked. And with a final exhale, a surge of electricity radiated in him as he retrieved the book of matches that he kept in his pockets for his smokes. Sam had also mentioned that the cigarettes in his pockets were completely destroyed. Not a single smoke survived, which was an additional bummer to the already horrible night he was experiencing. Getting down on one knee, Sam readied the match in his hand while balancing the book using his thigh like a table. He slid it across the rough grain, but it doesn't light. He throws it on the ground and has to repeat the process of pressing it against his thigh and trying to get the matchstick to pull with one hand. His struggle to tear the fire starter makes him unbalanced, and with an unlucky wobble to the left instead of the right, he landed on some live wires that had been taken down on the telephone pole. Sam actually taught us 2 random facts that I've been able to remember up to my adulthood, because he told us that he fell on the live wire, but instead of his muscles contracting, they propelled him like a frog, because it's not the electricity itself that makes a person jump. It's the way the electricity affects the body's muscles. He got as lucky as he could under the circumstances. He got shot backwards 3 to 4 yards, almost down the hill again. The next time he woke up, he was in a hospital, and all of his limbs were gone, except for the one that he was scratching his head with, wondering what happened. Throughout his recovery, police interrogated him about the missing passenger, but he was never convicted for that because they couldn't gather enough evidence or something like that. He breezed past that last part pretty quickly, trying to end the story, as our assembly had gone way over time. So a lot of you have probably seen the Urban Explorer videos on YouTube, the ones where people go to remote locations and film abandoned buildings and structures. My best friend and I got kind of obsessed with them. Some of them end up being spooky, but most of them are just really cool and have interesting history. We live in a small town that happens to be surrounded by even more small towns. So we have lots of old abandoned stuff around us. We weren't trying to film ourselves or anything like that. We just genuinely thought that it seemed like a fun hobby. Our first time out, we explored an abandoned factory, a little under an hour from my house. It was completely gutted. Most of the windows were smashed. Our second spot was an elementary school that shut down a few years back. It still had a lot of desks and books in the rooms. Nothing really happened at either location, but we had fun exploring, finding souvenirs. Our third spot was different. We have a lot of mostly unused old dirt roads that twist all through the woods. There's one that used to have a few houses on it, but there's only one left now. It's been empty for a long time, and it's only 30 minutes away, so we thought this will be a good spot for a quick weekday exploration. Between dinner and chores, we didn't actually get out there till just after 9. It was dark, but that was fine. We didn't expect to see much anyway. The house wasn't very big. We were surprised by the amount of furniture and random junk still laying around. Everything was covered in dust and cobwebs like no one had touched it in decades. There were several holes in the walls, and broken glass was all over the floor in every room. One of the 2 bedrooms still had a mattress. It was covered in huge dark brown stains across the middle and the top. The other bedroom had a broken bunk bed frame and a bunch of children's toys and torn-up coloring books. We checked out the kitchen last. There was a huge hole in the roof and rotten lumber all over the floor. Near the back door was another interior door that led to a surprise basement. The stairs were old and falling apart, but I was dumb enough to try them anyway. My friend waited at the top to see if I would make it. I was about halfway down when I felt everything shift. I tried to turn and go back, but the whole staircase collapsed under me. It was a surprisingly long drop. My ankle snapped sideways, and I instantly knew it was broken. When I could move again, I tried to climb out, but I could barely stand upright, let alone put any weight on my bad foot. My friend is a lot smaller than me, too. There was no way that she could pull me out. We didn't have cell service in there. So she walked around outside. Still no luck. Eventually she had to leave me while she drove back far enough to get some reception. Meanwhile, I was left alone in that dark, creepy basement, unable to move. I didn't consider myself an easily frightened person, not until that moment. I'd never been so grateful for a flashlight. Now that it was quiet, I could hear all of the creaking, groaning noises, which made sense. An entire staircase had just fallen. Of course there was creaking and groaning, but it was still eerie, and being able to see that it was nothing made me feel better. And then the flashlight died, like 2 minutes into my friend being gone. It shouldn't have. It had fresh batteries, but that was fine. I still had my phone, right? Nope. I pushed the flash button and nothing happened. It just didn't cut on. I tried to take pictures and the flash didn't work. I tried turning the phone off and it wouldn't come back on. So I didn't have the screen light then. The battery wasn't dead. It was still over 50% when I tried the flashlight. I stood there in the pitch black, unable to move. The noises got louder then. I reminded myself the debris were still settling, and then I started to hear other things. Something heavy fell by the wall to my left. It was a heavy but dull thud, like something soft or wrapped in fabric. It didn't sound like metal or wood. And then it began to slide across the floor. It was almost like when you drag a duffel bag along beside you, if you pause after each step. It was coming towards me. It stopped a few feet away, and everything went completely silent. No more creaking and groaning. No nothing. It felt like a long time, but it was probably only like that for 30 seconds to a minute. Time really slows down when you're alone in the dark. And that's when something suddenly brushed past my leg. It could have been a big rat, but there was no scurry sounds as it ran away. Just a silent but forceful swipe of something shooting past my ankle. I fell backwards but caught myself on the broken stairs and didn't move. I don't think I was even breathing. It had been hot that night. I was sweating through my clothes, but now it felt like the temperature dropped to 50 in an instant. I broke out in goosebumps and my teeth chattered. I was terrified. I'm not saying I wasn't, but it was suddenly very cold, too. Every creepy, haunted urban explorer video played in my mind. and I started hoping that it was just some squatter, but knew that wasn't the case. A squatter can't make your electronics stop working or freeze out a room. As these realizations dawned on me, something reached out from the pile of rubble that I was leaned against and wrapped impossibly long fingers around my bicep. Its grip was like icy steel, and I screamed higher than I knew my voice could go. I probably couldn't replicate it if I tried. I was so afraid that I thought I was going to pass out. It was pulling at me, like it was trying to bring me inside the pile of rubble. Just when it felt like my arm was going to break off, I heard a sweet sound, the sound of a truck and loud music. The grip vanished, and the air was warm again. Just like that, in an instant. My friend could hear me screaming, even over the music, and rushed inside with her flashlight. I was crying, and I couldn't explain what happened. She asked why I was sitting in the dark. I told her my flashlight wouldn't work. Of course, it worked fine once I tried to show her it wasn't working. My phone also came back on. No problems at all. Still at 50% battery. Fire and rescue came about 20 minutes later and got me out. It was hands down the most embarrassing and horrifying night of my life. It's going to be a long time, if ever, before I try urban exploring again. If I do pick the hobby up, it'll be only during the day and with a lot more caution. I've been listening to this channel for a while now, and I hear lots of cryptid and ghost stories, but I was attacked by an actual tree. My parents live on the edge of a national forest, so I grew up playing in the woods. When I was 16, I went exploring and planned to camp out so that I could go farther than my usual places. Friday night was fine, and I was in new territory by Saturday afternoon. After a couple of miles, I tripped over a thin vine stretching across my trail. It was pulled tight, like someone put it there on purpose. But when I checked, both ends were planted. This thing came out of the ground on one side, grew straight across the path, and went back into the ground on the opposite side. It wasn't like blackberries, though. I'd never seen anything like it. There was a big tree a few feet away, one that's good for sitting under, so I figured it was a good time to stop for a sandwich. All I did was sit down, lean against the tree, and eat my sandwich. I was there for maybe 10 minutes. When I tried to stand, there were vines wrapped around both of my shoes and all the way up past my ankle. I pulled one off, and then when I pulled at the other, it started getting tighter. I had to use a knife to cut it. Once free, I leaned back against the tree and looked down at the ground, watching to see what would happen again. There's just no way vines can grow that fast. After several minutes, nothing happened. I decided that I must be crazy and was getting ready to move on. But when I pushed off against the tree, I fell right back against it. There was a whole new vine around my neck. It wasn't tight yet, but it had wrapped all the way around from the tree, and it was hanging loose on me like a necklace. It's like the tree was trying to keep me there. This one was too thick to break. It was also covered in thorns, unlike the others, so I had to cut it too. A dark green liquid oozed out, some kind of plant blood. It was thinner than sap, but thicker than water. Honestly, I was super freaked out. I quickly backed away from the tree, but I tripped on another vine, fell on my ass. Before I could get up, even more thorny vines were tangling, some close to my wrist and legs. I watched them come out from the ground in a way that I've never seen any sort of plant move or grow. Not possible. Yet here I was. Every place that it had touched me, the green ooze, it burned like fire, especially when it got into the cuts from the thorns. Before I'd even managed to get to my feet, I saw even more coming out from under the ground. Once on my feet, I ran a far enough distance to be free of their range. When I finally seemed to be safe, I realized my stuff was still under that tree, but I was way too scared to go back for it. I ended up leaving everything behind, including my sleeping bag, and I started back towards home. That was more than enough exploring for me. That night was rough. My parents were pissed when I came back without my gear. I knew they wouldn't believe what happened, so I just told them I lost it all. I was forbidden from staying out overnight after that, but I didn't complain. I never went very far into those woods again after that. I don't know if that place was haunted, cursed, or if that's some sort of normal kind of tree I don't know about. But I've never heard of this happening to anyone else before. It's been over 20 years since that day, and I haven't experienced anything like it since. So I'm pretty sure that I'm not crazy. It's completely unexplainable, though. There's a trail system near where I grew up in western North Carolina. I won't name it, it's not famous or anything, but it's maintained with a few campgrounds and signs here and there to make it look more official than it really is. Back in the late 90s, when I was around 19 or 20, I used to hike out there a lot. Not for exercise or any spiritual reason, I just didn't have anything better to do. The trail was only about 20 minutes from the house, and I liked how quiet it was. I never really ran into people out there unless it was peak season, and even then, the ones you passed didn't usually say much. I hadn't been out that way in years until this past fall and went back home to help out my folks. I had a day to myself, and I figured I'd take a drive, see if the place had changed. It had, but not in the way I expected. The trees were the same mostly, that thick, low-branch kind of forest that feels like it's leaning in towards you. But the trail markers were newer, bright orange instead of the old faded blue. The dirt path looked wider than I remembered too, almost groomed, like someone had really taken over upkeep. I parked in the same gravel lot that I used to and started walking. It took me about 10 minutes before I realized I hadn't passed the old wooden mile marker that I remembered, the one with the cracked map and faded plastic sleeve. I figured maybe they'd taken it down, but a few minutes later, I saw something even more confusing, a fork in the path. I stopped because I knew that had never been there before. This trail was just one big loop, one way in, same way out. But here it was, plain as day, 2 dirt paths, splitting around a massive pine. The left side was more worn, familiar. The right, not so much. The right one looked fresh, not muddy, not overgrown, just shallow, like no one had really walked in it yet. But it was wide enough to follow, and it curved downhill just slightly. From where I stood, it looked like it bent around a stand of birch trees, and it kept going into thicker woods. I don't know what made me take it. Maybe curiosity. Maybe the part of me that wanted to prove that I still knew these woods better than whatever new trail committee had come along since. But I stepped onto the path. Right away, I noticed silence. I mean, it had already been quiet, no cars, of course, no other hikers, but this was different. No birds. The wind had stopped. Were there even bugs? The leaves underfoot were soft, dry, but they didn't crunch. I know how that sounds, but that's what really hit me. I could feel the texture through my boots, but I couldn't hear it. The farther I walked, the more I noticed other things too. Subtle at first. Every tree looked a little bit wrong. They were healthy, full-grown trees, but the spacing was off, too evenly placed, like someone had arranged them to look natural, but didn't quite get it right. Every 10 or 12 feet, another one, same size, same lean. And then there were the figures. Not people, not animals, just bundles of twine and wood lashed together into shapes, some hanging from branches, some nailed to trunks. I counted at least 4 in the span of 20 minutes. They weren't threatening exactly, but they weren't decorative either. No ribbons or color, just old rope and sticks. At one point, I thought I heard something behind me, twigs breaking. I was almost relieved to hear a sound, but when I turned around, the path behind me looked flatter, wider, and I realized I couldn't see the fork anymore. I kept going, mostly because I didn't want to admit that I was getting nervous, not even to myself. About 5 minutes later, I came to a clearing. Perfect circle. No leaves on the ground, just flat, dry dirt, and a large rock in the center, like a marker or altar. All around it, the same evenly spaced trees. Every single one of them had one of those twine figures nailed to it. And I don't know what the worst thing that could possibly happen in that moment is, but for me, it was that I heard my name, not shouted, just spoken, from the other side of the clearing. It was my voice. I didn't even think. I turned and walked fast, back the way I came, not running, but close. I kept my head down, and I didn't look behind me. The forest stayed silent, but I could feel something tracking alongside me. I couldn't see it, though. When I finally saw the split in the trail again, I almost cried. I hiked the rest of the way out in a straight line. It took me almost 2 hours. By the time I reached my car, it was dusk. Way later than it should have been. I tried to look it up later. Maps, forums, anything. No record of that fork ever existing. Not now. Not in the past. It wasn't there when I looked back, before I hiked out. It was just one path, like it had always been. I haven't been back to that path since, but that voice, my voice, I hate that. Not sure if this is the kind of story you're looking for in this sub, but it's one that stuck with me, so here goes. I used to work in low-income home weatherization, basically helping people reduce their utility bills by sealing up their homes and adding insulation, new doors, that kind of thing. It was government-funded and honestly felt like meaningful work most days, especially in winter. Part of the job was inspecting combustion appliances, furnaces, water heaters, to make sure that they weren't leaking carbon monoxide. Seal up a house too tight around a bad appliance and, well, you could kill someone, whole families even. So it was important. One day, I get sent out to do a pre-inspection, a house way off the grid, deep woods, outside the city by a good hour. Out there, the GPS stops working and the road turns to gravel long before you see the place. It was quiet, surrounded by thick trees, isolated. I meet the homeowner, go through the usual intro, and ask where the water heater is. In the basement, he says. Pretty standard. Then he starts moving the fridge. Turns out the basement entry was under a flap of worn-out carpet, directly beneath the refrigerator. Which, yeah, in all of the thousands of homes I've visited, I've never seen anything like that. He lifts the flap, pulls open this thin wood door, and there it is, a narrow staircase into total darkness. I kneel down and shine my flashlight, mostly checking for black widows. Those things love undisturbed basements, and I hate them. Light catches on something at the bottom of the stairs. It's something. Bones now. Some sort of small animal. Unpleasant, sure, but not totally abnormal. I step down a few creaky steps and start scanning, and then I spot another skeleton, smaller, maybe a rat, and then another and another. Some of them are picked nearly clean. Others are in that half-mummified state. At least 10, just on a quick look around. And then I notice the guy. He's still up there, standing by the door, watching, quiet. I can see he's got one hand resting on the edge of the entrance, just holding it. Something clicks, not a loud realization, more like a quiet voice in my head. Something saying this isn't right. The entrance was hidden. The space reeks of old death. And suddenly I'm very aware that I'm alone. I'm 5 steps into a basement that no one knows I'm in. No cell signal, no partner, no neighbor for miles. I backed out fast. I told him I needed another tool for my truck, that I'd be right back. I wasn't. I marked the place as non-feasible due to health and safety concerns, and I drove straight back to the office. Never went back out there. To this day, I have no idea if I was ever actually in any real danger. Maybe it all was just bad luck and poor upkeep. But sometimes, you just don't take the chance. For legal and privacy purposes, I've obviously changed the names here. But this is a personal story of mine, and the only paranormal experience I've had to date. I'm sure the previously stated reasons for my anonymity will be forthright by the end of my story. Until then, my name is Jane, and my dead ex-husband we'll call Flynn. Before he became my dead ex, he was my living spouse who'd swept me off my feet right from the moment we met. I was a new hire at the office that we worked at, and my cubicle was next to his. Flynn was a charmer, and we were dating within the same week of my hiring. A few months later, he proposed, and I was moving the stuff out of my apartment and into his house. Flynn had been at the company longer than me, and though our workspaces were back to back, his paycheck made mine look like funny money. I didn't know this at the time, but I gotta tell ya, I didn't get too upset when I found out. He also got a raise after a year of us working together, and I could quit my job. I'd also be lying if I said that change in lifestyle was easy to get accustomed to. Sadly, it was the carefree life that I didn't want to leave, not Flynn. I'm sure he was having multiple affairs behind my back earlier in our relationship as well. He may have been better at hiding them, whatever it was. The first time I did catch him was in our 2nd year of marriage. That killed the love for me. As much as I wanted to forgive him, as much as I told him I did, I never did in my heart. I tried, but slowly I emotionally drifted from him. In his eyes, practically pushing him into the arms of other women who showed him any kind of attention. He wasn't a man. He was a coward that refused to communicate his feelings with me, too afraid of losing his macho attitude. But I buried my heart and mourned for its death already, so I wasn't sweating it. It's true, money never filled the hole in my chest, but it did fill my closet, and I wouldn't have been able to see as much of the world as I did when I was young if it wasn't for him. And I'm still young. 46 doesn't qualify for senior discounts. I don't know if I'd ever remarry, though. Flynn's mom used to tell me if Flynn's dad died, she'd marry the pool boy. I don't think I could ever be a sugar mama. I'll consider marrying an AI bot before that. I saw a documentary where that seemed to work out for a guy until the servers went down, essentially killing his AI wife. When it rebooted, it was like that 50 First Dates movie. I've moved off track. If you don't mind, I'd like to get back to where I was. Okay, summertime. Flynn and I get back from a wedding out of state. No animals and no kids meant no responsibilities, and sometimes we'd be gone for weeks at a time, depending on our travel destination. That time, we only stayed away for 4 days. Arriving home, we opened the door and were met with the most foul of odors, like a concert porta potty mixed with vinegar and cherries for some reason. And for the life of us, we couldn't find what the source could have been. And I'm telling you, we searched that house with a fine-tooth comb looking for it. After opening all the windows, the smell only dissipated so much. The remaining funk had to be masked with Lysol sprays and those things that you put in your car to make it smell good. Lynn bought a bunch of those from a gas station that afternoon, and we hung them all over the house, but nothing really helped. Sometimes you think that it would start to go away, only to be hit with another invisible cloud of super yucky air, more than what the nose had already gotten used to. Going to bed that night, I got up more than once to make sure we'd locked the doors when we'd gotten home. When we laid our heads down, both of us could hear scurrying under the floorboards. Both of us thought an animal had gotten under the house and hoped that that was also where the smell was coming from. I say scurrying around, but it really sounded like bare feet running around beneath us. More of a pitter-patter rather than a scurry, if that makes sense. But the noise coming from the crawl space under us, it was less likely to assume that it was a person making that sound, even though it sure sounded like it. Flynn would call an exterminator the next morning. They were in our driveway looking under the house for us before noon that day, but they reported no evidence of animals being down there. No nest, no fur, no leftover meals. When Flynn first purchased the house, he and his dad put up grates around the open slots leading under the porch, and to this day, they're still holding up strong. That was all well and good, but we had no resolution to the thumping noise the night before, or the stench inside, or the fact that it was even worse now. We opened up all of the doors and windows again, trying to get the air circulating. Sometime after the exterminators left, I was standing in the kitchen, and I heard Flynn say something in the hallway, and then scream. He runs into the kitchen and says, "I just saw someone walk from the living room into the fireplace and disappear." He thought it was me, even said something to it as it walked by. His hair stood up when he did a double take and realized it wasn't me, and then watched it disappear. It looked like he was going to have a heart attack. I made him sit down. His forehead was dripping sweat and his face was flushed. I didn't think that he was lying about what he saw. I didn't see it, but for the rest of the night, Flynn stayed close to me. The experience terrified him enough to follow me into the bathroom while I peed, just so he wouldn't have to be alone. Macho Flynn never acted like that. Now he was like a cat. Every little noise made him jump, sitting tensed up in the bed until he started snoring next to me, and I felt his body slowly relax. We were watching an episode of some English-dubbed South Korean soap opera that our friend had gotten us into ironically, until the wacky characters and over-the-top story became so captivating, it became unironic, and we binged every episode of every season. At this time, there were probably less than 10 minutes left on the episode we were watching when he passed out. I was going to finish it and then planned on going to sleep afterwards. I was already struggling to stay awake, slowly dozing off, trying to keep my eyes open until the credits. Our TV is next to the door in our bedroom. All of the lights are off in the house. The bedroom door was already a little bit open, but from the corner of my eye, while staring at the TV, I could see the door slowly open. Watching the bright TV in a dark room, my eyes weren't adjusting to the dark enough to see anything, not past the door frame into the black hallway. And nothing could have made me go check how the door could have done that. Instead, I left the TV on all night, turned the volume up a bit louder, and tried to ignore the feeling that someone was standing in the doorway. To sum up the next few days, 2 big crows fly into the same second-story window, breaking their necks, landing on the patio. The thumping continues, even after Flynn goes under the house himself to check. That drove him the craziest. The smell also persisted. It became easier to ignore until you left the house and came back. Then the smell would smack you across the face all over again. No amount of laundry or deep cleans of the rooms could lessen its punch. I'll also say that I saw a perfect handprint left in the condensation on the mirror after a shower I had. And it was smaller than my hand, and my hands are smaller than Flynn's. The mirror that we have in the bathroom is a pretty tall, oval-shaped one, and the print was at the very top, pointing upside down. I noticed it when I tilted my head up gargling mouthwash. It was too far up there for me to even wipe off with a towel. I was perplexed at its appearance. I couldn't understand how it got there. Then in the middle of the night, one night, something wakes Flynn up, and he can't get back to sleep. While he's laying awake in bed, he gets an overwhelming feeling, almost like a voice in his head urgently telling him to go check around the house, make sure the doors are locked. In an effort to alleviate the feeling, Flynn gets out of bed with the room still completely dark and walks into the hallway. Before he's able to turn on the light, he steps in a puddle of water with pieces of broken glass in it. It was invisible in the dark, and the soft bottom of his right foot gets sliced open, making him lose balance. He let out just enough of a yelp that it woke me up. I found him unconscious in the hallway. Blood was on the corner of the countertop, and it was coming from Flynn's head and foot. I called paramedics, and within 5 minutes, there's a round of knocks at the door. I rush to let them in, scramble to unlock the deadbolt, swing the door open, and don't see any ambulance lights or paramedics. No one's there. I was still on the phone with the operator, and she told me that they were still on their way to me. I deadbolted the door again before returning to Flynn. All of the lights in the house were on at this point, and when I checked on him, his skin was turning pale blue. I sobbed into the phone, begging the operator to make the ambulance drive faster. She tried to keep me calm, but the scene was too much. It's still too much. I hate that when I see it in my head, it was the worst, most horrible, saddest thing of my life. In my marriage, it was safe to say that Flynn and I didn't love each other anymore, but we were still friends. I would have never wished his death. It all moved too quickly after the EMTs picked him up. I followed them to the hospital, just to have the doctor meet me in the lobby and tell me he was gone. They let me go in to say goodbye, and then I was pushed out of the emergency room. Gathering a deceased loved one's finances and assets to disperse amongst family was a nightmare that took over a year to settle. But right after Flynn's death, I went home, and the smell of the house was there to meet me at the door with open arms. Life as I knew it had changed, and it dulled my senses. I threw the keys on the table, and I laid on the couch, cried my eyes out for hours, thinking about Flynn. There were splotches of blood in the hallway where he had slipped. I exhausted myself trying to clean everything, but I stopped when I saw the glass that he'd stepped on. I picked up one of the larger broken shards. Flynn's blood was still able to be seen in the cracks of the embossed curves. I realized they came from a wine glass set of mine. We rarely use these wine glasses. I know nobody pulled it out to drink water that night. But aside from the blood, there was only water on the ground, like it was filled up with tap water and then dropped on the ground. Impossible to see in the dark hallway. The discovery of the wine glass sent me over the brink of insanity. For a little, I was trying to figure out how it could have gotten there. At some point, I must have fallen asleep torturing my brain with scenarios on the couch because I woke up in the middle of the night, sitting in the same position. A loud bump pulled me from my dream, but I didn't know where it had come from. The room I'd fallen asleep in was freezing. I walked into the bedroom and couldn't bring myself to get in. I took the blankets and made my bed back out in the living room. The next morning, the back of my arms looked like a cat had clawed them while I was asleep. 10 to 15 scratches on both of my arms that stung the moment I opened my eyes. They were long, thin red lines that ran down to my elbow. I recount this next part acknowledging the groggy state I was in, but when I saw my shadow on the wall cast by the morning sun, there was a second shadow standing next to mine. It looked different than mine, and when I moved my hand, theirs stayed at their side. It stayed next to my shadow on the living room wall until I got off the couch. When I looked up again, it was only mine there. I wish the shadow that joined me that morning resembled Flynn's, but sadly, what I thought I saw scared me to the bone. The silhouette was smaller than mine, and I could see that it had long, hanging hair. Something else caught my eye that morning as well, but this time, what I saw was real. In our living room fireplace, there was a woman's running shoe, one that I'd never seen before. Red with white trim. I think it was Adidas, something that I'd never wear. And the anger bubbled up, thinking Flynn got them for another girl. Grief and anger was a mix that I had felt often before. It felt sickening, and I got down to dig in the soot and the charred wood of the fireplace, looking for a second one. We usually kept it pretty clean when we were burning wood in it. Looking down, I could see that there was no second shoe. There were 2 logs I could easily see behind. I looked at the first shoe and held it in my hand. It was covered in thick black soot. But the fireplace itself didn't have any, except one spot on one of the logs. I quickly deduced the running shoe must have come from inside the actual chimney. As much as I didn't want to, I slowly put my head into the fireplace to look up the chute. The smell that had been plaguing the house for days was the strongest the closer I got my head to it. By the time I was under the hole, I couldn't hold my breath long enough to get a good look up. It was a narrow, rectangular gap the size of a Kleenex box. As heart-stricken as I was, I knew that I had to get the phone book and call someone to check out the chimney. I thought maybe an animal had actually crawled in there and died. When the chimney sweep got onto the roof, he nervously called down to me that there was blood all over the bricks of the chimney. I thought even more that he would find an injured raccoon or cat that had fallen, but neither the young chimney sweep nor I could have expected the decomposing body of a woman. Firefighters, ambulances, and police cars all parked in the grass of my yard while the firefighters broke the chimney apart, enough to retrieve the corpse that was lodged in there. Let's say when they checked the woman's ID, we find out her name's Lori. On top of the roof, next to the destroyed chimney, firefighters also find a bag, one that they described as looking like a kill kit, containing zip ties, duct tape, hunting knives, and an unused Kodak disposable camera. The cops tasked with going to my house for 2 days in a row with 2 different dead bodies had more than a few questions for me. I didn't know Lori, and I'd never seen her until she was being pulled from my chimney that day. Flynn, however, knew Lori very well. I felt nothing but sadness and disgust reading through the text that they'd sent back and forth. Flynn recycled the charming words he used to send me, almost word for word. The chain of messages end with Lori telling Flynn, basically, if she can't have him, nobody can. He left her on red, and that was the day before we left for the wedding. I was humiliated, sitting in a little office while these men read the intimate conversations of my deceased husband and the deceased homewrecker. Literally, it would cost me over $2,000 to get my chimney fixed. That's not the worst part about it, though. This whole situation was traumatizing on its own, But to add insult to injury, for a few months, I was suspected of murdering the woman. Police found out that she didn't die of asphyxiation. There were signs that she'd been beaten, that her throat was crushed before she went in. That was the last straw that broke the camel's back of my patience. I screamed at every cop at the precinct that day that accused me. I wasn't held in jail or detained because they knew I was right. As I walked out, they told me not to leave town, that someone would be by to continue the chat. But days went by and no one did. Later, with more DNA evidence coming in after the autopsy, they would find the actual killer. He was already behind bars, serving time for another crime that he committed the night after he killed Lori, telling the investigators outright that he'd offed her because she misled him under false pretenses, telling him that they were going to go rob a random rich person's house. But when they found out we weren't home, she didn't want to break in because the burglary wasn't the real reason she picked the house. So, he punched and strangled her on the roof of our house, bouncing her head off the brick chimney until she stopped living. Then, he picked her up and dropped her into the chimney chute. During her decomposition, her body shifted lower, and her shoe must have fallen off, it being just the right size to fall through and land in the fireplace. Any wider, and I may not have known that she was up there for months, until a skeleton fell through the fireplace. I still live in the house to this day. After the body was excavated, things settled down. I try not to think about it too much, because there's too much to think about. Some days are easier than others, but ultimately, I'm glad I got to keep my home. I've painted the living room twice since then, not because it needed it, but because I needed it. I don't know if I believe in ghosts in the traditional sense, but I do believe in things lingering. Grief, betrayal, fear. They haunt you in quieter ways that no priest or medium can banish. You just learn to live with them, like a shadow standing beside your own, silent and still, until one day, it's gone. Maybe it's there, and you just stop looking for it. I used to go to this bar a few towns over. Pool table, cheap drinks, weird regulars who treated it like their living room. I was never really close with anyone there, but I went often enough that people nodded when I walked in. Probably the most divey thing about this place was that they only had one bathroom, a single stall tucked right near the front entrance. The line was always long, and it was usually gross. One night, I was a few beers in and getting desperate, but the bathroom was beyond occupied. This had happened before, and usually I'd just take this opportunity to leave, use the porta potty at the park on the way home. This time, though, before I could, a bartender who I'd never seen before leaned in and said, "Just use the one in the back, past the kitchen, end of the hall." I hesitated, but he nodded and hit the bar gate so that I could walk through. I'd never noticed a hallway back there before. The kitchen was empty. I passed a mop bucket, a half-lit exit sign to the back door, and then I found another door at the end of the hallway. Unmarked, wood-paneled, cold to the touch, but it was the only other door back there. I opened it, and it was indeed a bathroom, but not like the front one. This one was nice. Clean, pristine, white tile, soft lighting, music playing faintly through the walls. It wasn't even the same music from the bar. It was classical. The light switch was on the outside, and there was no mirror. That struck me as a little strange, but I was in a hurry, desperate, so I turned on the light, walked in, locked the door. I finished up, went to wash my hands, and realized something else was missing. The door. It was gone. Just a smooth panel of wood where the door had been. I stood there trying to stay calm, thinking maybe I'd hallucinated, or was drunker than I realized. Then I noticed the music had stopped, dead silent. I got a bit more frantic with my search for the handle. Then, blackness. The light had gone out, not by my own doing, of course. "Hey, can you help me out in here? Can't seem to find the handle," I called out through the door. Then I heard something scrape behind the wall. This didn't sound like it was coming from the other side of the door. It sounded like it was coming from inside the bathroom. I couldn't see a thing, but it felt like someone else was in that space with me. I was missing the music and lively atmosphere of the bar. All I could hear is what sounded like nails or claws dragging slowly across wood. I backed into the corner, said something out loud. I think it was hey or help. I don't know. I was a whole different kind of desperate then. The moment I spoke out loud, the lights were back. The door was back. Just there again. I didn't even think. I yanked it open, sprinted through the hallway, back past the kitchen and into the main bar. Had to have been the bartender that sent me back there. They had to have been messing with me. But the bartender who sent me back there, nowhere to be found. When I told the other guy working what had happened and asked where the other bartender went, the guy just looked at me. "There's no second bathroom. How'd you even get back there?" I told him again. Another bartender let me back there. I described the man, but I just got another look of confusion. He scoffed and continued making someone's drink. I found myself a new spot after that. I'm not one to really post online, really at all, but I've been turning this over in my head for years, and it still keeps me up sometimes. A lot of the stories on here do, so I figured I'd share mine. This happened outside Taos, New Mexico. I was 19 at the time, staying with my cousin for the summer, doing odd jobs, helping out on his property. It's pretty far out. Desert scrub, nothing about it but barbed wire, lots of silence. Well, one night we're sitting out back, drinking Tecates and listening to the coyotes howling somewhere off past the hills. There's just general noise happening, nature doing its thing, but then it goes silent, instantly. 1 second howling, next it's like someone just hit stop on the stereo of nature. That was weird enough, but what happened next? No way. Something called out. It wasn't a howl or a bark. It spoke. I swear to God, it spoke. And it said, clear as day, "Come on in." What? So random, so clear. But what made my stomach actually turn was it sounded like my cousin's voice. He went real still, didn't even blink. I was looking over at him and I said, "You're messing with me." He shook his head real slow. Then it started again, but this time it was like it was trying to mimic me. Not quite right. Like someone who'd heard my voice once, tried to recreate it from memory, or was like mocking me. "Come on in." Same words, same cadence. We both stood up. He told me to get inside and lock the door, and I didn't argue. From the window, I saw something walking along the edge of the yard, low to the ground. Wrong legs, backwards maybe. Hard to see, but it had this patchy skin or fur. I don't know. It was fast. Faster than anything should have been. On all fours, crawling like that. Next morning, we found the chicken coop torn up. Not broken into, torn. We're talking bent metal, shredded, blood everywhere. No feathers, no tracks, no chickens. Just clear evidence that something had completely obliterated the place. My cousin wouldn't even talk about it. He just said, "Don't speak to anything like that, ever. If it calls out, don't speak back." I assured him we hadn't. We didn't do anything but run away. How could we have possibly avoided this? What was he thinking called out to us? He wouldn't say. He was very serious about me forgetting about it, leaving it alone. Honestly, I never had a reason not to trust him, to trust my gut, so I hadn't really spoken about it, not outside of recounting it to my dad several years after it happened. He didn't make me feel bad or silly. Maybe that's why I didn't feel the need to keep repeating it, just doing what my cousin asked. Though, I can't do exactly what he asked. I can't forget about it. I still think about that voice, how it used my cousin's, tried to use mine, so effortlessly. I don't care what you call it, but it wasn't a coyote. I've hiked the same trail system for years. It's a loop that cuts through a stretch of forest just west of the border, across a ridge, and it winds back through some ravine country. Nothing advanced, no summits, just quiet, long woods and the kind of isolation that I like when I want to keep my head clear, or clear my head. I never found anything strange out there until last October, and then I for sure did. I'd taken a few days off of work and gone out for a solo trip. It was just for 2 nights. I wasn't far from the southern ridge when I stepped off trail. I needed to take a piss. I saw something sticking out of the ground near the base of a slope. It looked like a vent, metal, rusted. It looked like the type of vent you'd see on the back of a building, except this was in the dirt, maybe 5 feet off the ground. It was set right into the hillside, half covered by leaves and brush, like it hadn't been touched in years. I walked over, cleared it off, and then I leaned down to look through it. Behind the slats was darkness, not the natural kind. And there were straight edges inside, corners. It was a room. I followed the slope around until I found a second metal structure, flat to the ground. It looked like a cellar door, sunk just barely below the roots and buried under pine needles. Someone had built it into the earth itself. The handles were old but intact, so I pulled. The whole door groaned like something was being woken up, and beneath it, a narrow set of stairs. I stood there for a long time. I don't know what I was waiting for. A smell, a sound, some reason not to go in there. Eventually I pulled out my flashlight and started going. It was dry. That was the first surprise. Not moldy or flooded. The air had that closed-in metallic taste, but it was breathable. The stairs ended in a small concrete chamber, maybe 10 by 10 feet. The walls had been painted at some point, but were faded and marked up. There was a cot in the corner, a battery lantern, a folding table with stacked cans, and a little camper stove. There was also an old Sony Handycam. It looked like it was still on. The lens light blinked red. I didn't touch it, though. The whole shelter felt wrong, not just old and unfinished, but whoever had made it planned to stay there a long time, and didn't. I turned in a slow circle and saw marks on the far wall, deep scratches in the paint. Not words, just tall, narrow, V-shaped carvings, all in a vertical line, 8 of them. Underneath, in a lighter scrawl, someone had drawn a door. Simple rectangle, nothing else. But the longer I stood there, the worse I felt, physically. I also felt like I was being watched, but I physically didn't feel good. But there was no second exit. No pipes, just that vent that I'd seen outside, which now let in a weak slice of light near the ceiling. And then I heard a click. Soft, electronic. The camcorder had stopped blinking. I turned and climbed the stairs. I made sure not to run, mainly because my legs were jello and I didn't want to fall on my face. I just moved as quickly as I could, back into the daylight. The air felt too sharp there, like I'd stepped into altitude. I replaced the cellar door, covered it with pine needles, and left it the way I found it. Mostly, I just couldn't stop thinking about the shelter for the rest of the trip. I didn't really sleep. I kept checking over my shoulder, and I skipped the second night and hiked out early. I didn't tell anyone about it for a while. Eventually, I called the ranger station, left a vague message about saying I'd found an old bunker near the ridge, that someone should probably check it out. They never called back. A month later, I went back just to prove it to myself. The vent was still there, but the door was gone. I'm a nurse, so I have to work a lot of night shifts. I also live in a pretty rural area, so a good part of my drive is on old country roads. Most of the time, I'm coming and going just as the sun is rising or setting, meaning I'm keenly aware of deer. And thanks to my job, I've seen firsthand the damage they can do if you hit one. To say I'm a cautious driver is an understatement. I constantly scan the roadsides. Well, a few months ago, I was at work and starting to feel sick to my stomach. Turns out I got food poisoning, so I had to go home early. It was between 2:30, 3 a.m., and I was going between 30 or 40 miles an hour. And then I saw something moving through the tall grass on the passenger side. I could see a small head poking out the top and assumed that a doe was about to dart across the road. I stopped just as it cleared the grass. It seemed surprised by my presence and froze in front of my car. Quite literally like a deer in headlights. Only this thing wasn't a deer. Not even close. My brights were on. I had a very good view of its body, and it was the size of an antelope, but its fur was shaggy and black. Its neck was long, like a llama's, and its head was disproportionate, too small for that body, and very short fur, almost like someone shaved its head. And its shape, its face, they were the same as a large cat's. Same ears, nose, mouth. No tail at all. The way it stared at me was awful. The eyes were glowing, hopefully just from the headlights, but the whole atmosphere felt malevolent. It took one step in my direction and stopped again, like it was trying to make up its mind. And then it charged, and I put the car in drive. I pushed the gas so hard that my tires spun out. The car only started to move forward after this demon animal thing was airborne. It landed with its front hooves at the top of my windshield, and the bottom ones planted themselves onto the hood, into the hood. My windshield cracked, and for a second, I thought its legs would come all of the way through. I even had time to imagine everyone blaming a deer for the accident. How they would say, but she was always so careful. And then the windshield held as this thing leapt one more time and landed several feet behind me. I saw it in the rearview mirror. It darted back into the woods. And I spent the rest of my drive home terrified that it was following me, that it would wait for me to get out of the car and rush out before I could reach my door. But obviously that didn't happen. I made it home safe but shaken. I had to tell my insurance company that I hit a deer before I could get the hood and windshield repaired. So yeah, I had to hear all of the, "Really? You hit a deer?" jokes anyway. My family will never let me get over it. No one believes me when I say it attacked me, and I can't tell them what I really saw. I would love to block this out and forget that it ever happened, but I still have to drive that route every day. I've done pretty good with only driving while it's at least a little bit sunlit. but eventually I'm gonna have to drive at night again. Maybe I can convince my family to move. I really don't want to see that thing again. I've always been kind of a nature freak, so one of my favorite things to do is go camping alone. It's basically my version of a spa day. I'm 35 now, and I've been going at least 4 times a year since I was 20. As a kid, my dad would take me every summer, so it's always been part of my life. In all of that time, I've only had one strange experience, but I still think about it on every trip since. It was about 5 or 6 years ago now. I was roughly halfway through the Appalachian Trail. I found a nice place to set up for the night. There was nothing special about it. I was a little off the beaten path, but not so far away that I considered it dangerous. I mostly just like to make sure no one else is going to randomly stumble upon my campsite. While I was cleaning my dishes, I kept hearing something big moving around behind me. I was worried about bears, so I kept my air horn close. I settled into my tent. A few hours later, I woke to the same sound, only much closer. I blew the air horn just to be safe, and the ground actually shook as whatever it was ran back into the woods. And I don't mean I felt its vibrations. I mean the earth moved. I've never encountered a bear big enough to make a mini earthquake. I didn't sleep much for the rest of the night. If anything, I dozed in and out of consciousness. Around dawn, I heard it return. I dropped the air horn twice while trying to use it, and when this thing got between the tent and the fire, I saw a towering silhouette, much too big to be a bear. As it got closer, it raised one arm into the air, and it looked more human than anything. I finally got the air horn to work, and this time it let out a loud roar before it ran away. I don't know what to call that sound. It was deep, but also screechy. I hate to say it, but the closest thing I can compare it to is a Wookiee. And again, the earth shook as it ran from camp. The sun was almost up, so I took that opportunity to start packing. I wanted to make it as far down the trail as possible before I had to stop again. As soon as I got out of the tent, I saw the footprints. They were fucking huge. I wear a size 12, and it dwarfed my own foot. I felt like a little kid stepping on one of those sizing rugs at the shoe store. You know, those ones with the little blue footprints. Am I the only one that likes standing on each one? Never mind, not the point. These footprints were terrifying. That's the point. It was kind of impossible not to think of Bigfoot. But Bigfoot isn't real. But look at these humongous prints. I just wanted to get far, far away. My normal goal was to hit 15 miles a day. I didn't always make it, but that day I did almost 20, which is still my personal best. That night I didn't go quite so far to set up camp. I welcomed human intruders over whatever made those footprints. I don't know. Bigfoot, something else. I'm not ashamed to admit that I was jumpy that night. You'd think that I'd be ready to pass out after the previous night and a day of intense hiking, but every little sound had me back on full alert, even the ones I could easily identify. Then the thwacking started just after midnight. It sounded like someone was hitting a tree with a big stick. It wasn't close by, but it couldn't have been that far away if I could hear it as well as I did. I couldn't imagine why anyone would be beating a tree, let alone so late at night. Something about it was so unnerving. It went on for nearly 20 minutes before it finally stopped. The next day I ran into some people on the trail, and we ended up eating lunch together. I asked if they heard the noises from the night before, but didn't mention my other experience. I didn't want to sound like a lunatic. They hadn't heard a thing, But they did tell me that Bigfoot were known for wood knocking to mark their territory. I'd never heard that before, but it felt like an awfully crazy coincidence, considering what I'd heard, what I'd been through. I made about 15 miles that day. I didn't have any more problems, but I couldn't stop thinking about Bigfoot. So I did some research once I made it back to the safety of my own home. Apparently, wood knocking is totally a thing. They do it to warn others away from their territory, but also to communicate. At least that's what I read. There's so much stuff out there about Bigfoot, Sasquatch. I never thought I'd actually be a believer, but I'm fairly certain that I had a genuine encounter out there. I wouldn't mind doing the trail again one day, but I've mostly stuck closer to home since then. I was driving home after visiting my mom out of state. It's a 9-hour trip through mostly empty stretches of highway. I usually try to do it all in one go, but this time I was dragging. Around 2 a.m., I decided to stop and rest my eyes for a bit. I pulled into a rest stop just over the state line, one of those older ones, fluorescent lights humming above cracked pavement, vending machines inside a building that smelled like old coffee and disinfectant. There was one other car in the lot, parked way over in the corner. No lights on. Looked empty. I went inside to use the bathroom and grab a soda. There was a woman already there, standing near the vending machines, facing them like she was trying to make a decision. She didn't acknowledge me, just stood there, completely motionless. Something about it kind of made my skin crawl. It was subtle, barely anything I could name, but the way that she was standing felt off script. Like someone had posed her and walked away. Her limbs didn't hang naturally, and her body didn't shift weight or breathe the way a person would when they're alone in a quiet space. I cleared my throat and I said something like, "Long night?" She turned her head just slightly, just enough for me to see her eyes. They were a bit wide. Not in surprise, just in a frozen way, like she hadn't blinked in minutes. Her face didn't really move, but her mouth pulled into a smile, looked more like a crack spreading through porcelain, but a smile nonetheless. I found myself stepping back, but I told myself I was being dramatic, overly tired and imagining things. But I ducked into the bathroom, just to put a door between us. I waited longer than I needed to, hoped that she'd be gone by the time I came out. When I stepped back into the main room, the place was empty, but I hadn't heard the door open. No footsteps, no sounds at all. Outside, her car was still in the same spot, but now the back door was hanging open. Not wide, just enough. I didn't look inside. I just got in my car and I locked the doors, and I left. A few miles down the highway, I pulled into a different rest stop. Brighter lights, people milling around. A little safer feeling, I guess. Near the bathrooms was a bulletin board. There was faded flyers, but a missing person poster. A few of them. And there she was. Julie. Last seen 8 years ago. Disappeared from a rest stop. I took down the number. I reported what I saw, even though deep down, I don't think what I saw was a missing person. I think it was a ghost. Her ghost. As far as I know, she's never been found. I don't even know where to post this, and I wasn't going to, but I saw someone else mention a winged figure, and I guess I'm not the only one who's seen something like this. This was late November 2009. I was driving from Columbus to a friend's cabin near Wayne National Forest in Ohio. It's not the most exciting stretch of road, just trees and hills and the occasional deer if you're lucky. But that night, I didn't see any animals, not even roadkill. It felt oddly empty. About 20 minutes out from the cabin, I hit a patch of fog, dense, cold, and sudden, like it rolled in just for me. I slowed way down, probably doing 20 tops, when I saw something on the road up ahead. At first I thought it was a person, tall, standing dead in the center of my lane, but as I got closer, the headlights hit it, and I realized it wasn't standing. It was hovering, maybe a foot off the ground. Its body was black, not like a color, more like the absence of one, almost like it absorbed the light instead of reflecting it. Wings, huge wings, folded in tight behind, and its eyes, they were glowing red, not glowing like headlights, but like embers, dull but steady. I slammed the brakes and skidded to a stop, maybe 20 feet from it. It didn't move, didn't flinch, just stared. I couldn't see a face, just those two red eyes floating in that black silhouette. Then it opened its wings, a massive wingspan, had to have been more than 10 feet across, leathery. It flapped once and was gone, just shot straight up into the sky, like a missile. Not a single sound. The fog cleared 5 seconds later, like nothing had ever happened. I made it to the cabin and didn't sleep that night. My friend joked that it was the Mothman when I told her, and I laughed it off. But I never went back that way again. Every time something bad happens, accidents, deaths, whatever, I remember those eyes. For some reason, I don't think it was trying to hurt me. Maybe warn me. My entire childhood, my father and I used to take night walks due to his insomnia from late shift work. Our neighborhood is considered very safe, and ultimately it was an urban neighborhood. Besides one of the roads towards the back of the neighborhood, it was lined with thick forests, about 1.25 miles deep, which made a circle back in itself. All of these walks are very dear memories of mine, except for one where it ended up being the last one. Along the road with the tree line, there was a single streetlight to illuminate a small plot of land that someone owned but was very overgrown and ill-kept. It was very common for us to walk this road. We enjoyed the sounds of the forest, the lack of illumination, and also the ease of circling back. One ordinary night, we were walking, making conversation. My father abruptly stopped, pulled me close, put a hand over my mouth, crouched with me, and pointed toward the single illuminated plot, roughly 100 yards away. At first, I didn't see anything. I thought that he was pulling my leg, but just as I began to protest his grasp, I saw a small humanoid figure, roughly 3 feet in height, scrawny, with long limbs. It materialized out of the plot's brush line, and cautiously, it took in its surroundings before signaling toward the brush. After a few seconds, 2 other small humanoid figures materialize as well. After a brief moment of what looked to be a discussion, all 3 make a dash for the forest tree line. Once this happened, my father picked me up, threw me over his shoulder, and made a break for our home, which was roughly a half-mile back. Mind you, my father is 6'5", 220 pounds, and I was roughly 120 pounds at the time, and he never showed any signs of slowing down due to his fear and adrenaline. After this night, we never took those late-night walks. He installed 4 bright motion detection lights around our acre plot, brought home a dog. The few times that I've tried bringing it up, He doesn't want to discuss it. Made it clear that he never wanted to. Those figures still give me chills, and the image of the three of them huddled together, it's very vivid, even 15 years later. I'm a field biologist, mostly focusing on mid-sized mammal migration patterns across the upper Midwest and interior forests. I've spent the last 20 years of my life tracking movement, collaring wildlife, reviewing trail cam footage. I've published, I've lectured. I know what behavior looks like. And this wasn't behavior. It started last spring when a tagged bobcat, female, about 3 years old, began returning to the same location. That's not unusual on its own. Denning spots, food access, all of that. But she was returning too quickly. I'd fitted her with a GPS collar 2 months earlier. She moved like normal for a while. And then she started circling back to this one spot, just east of the boundary line. Dense pine, rocky soil, some kind of natural depression in the terrain. At first I figured it was a den, but the data showed that she wasn't sleeping there. She'd stop for about 10 minutes and then leave. Same path, same exact pause and movement. And it wasn't just her. Within 2 weeks, a second animal, tagged fox, did the same thing. Different approach angle, but same stop, same window of time. Then a black bear. Then another bobcat. All tagged, all collared by my team, all stopping at the exact same coordinates. I checked the site myself, and there was nothing there. No visible den, no carcass, no scat, no mineral lick. Just pine needles and rock. Not even a strong scent marker. But the clearing had a weird quality to it. Perfectly circular. Almost too clean, like it had been scrubbed by rain that hadn't fallen anywhere else. I stood there longer than I meant to. I didn't hear a single bird the whole time. I set up a cam, just one, angled low to catch motion. It was tripped 3 times that night. Once by a fox, once by the bear again, and once at 3:11 a.m. That last one didn't show an animal. Just a dark shape moving upright behind the trees. Too tall, too thin. Looked like it was facing the wrong direction, like its back should have been to the camera, but the silhouette was reversed. I checked the lens. No glare or malfunction. I didn't report it, I just swapped the card and tried not to overthink it. A week later, we got a ping from a caller that we'd lost the season before. It was the first bobcat, the original one. The caller had stopped transmitting after a snowstorm, and we'd assumed battery failure. But now it was moving again. Same pattern, same 10-minute pause in that clearing. I pulled the movement data, and the timestamps showed something that I didn't want to believe. All of the animals, everyone that had stopped in that clearing, had returned to it again. Same night, same time, 3:11 a.m. I went back just one last time. It was mid-May by then. Green canopy overhead, thick brush coming in. I told myself that I was just checking the site, taking notes for future exclusion zones. But as I got close, I heard something that I hadn't heard in weeks out there. A voice. Hello. Just once. Spoken softly from somewhere behind the tree line. It was just a conversational tone, but loud enough so that I could hear it. Like someone reminding me they were there. The part that still sticks with me, though, is the tone. Hello? It was just so natural, no distress. But there was certainly no one there. That was the last time those callers did that, though. I tell myself that it was just a glitch, just data. But I can't really explain that voice. And I can't really explain what those animals were doing. That's sort of a first for me. I've been hunting since I was 9. Grew up out in Boone County, Arkansas. My dad taught me how to shoot, how to track, how to gut and clean anything that walks. I've spent more time in the woods than I have in a damn bed, I'm sure. And I don't rattle over every twig snap or shadow. So when I say something wasn't right that morning, I mean it. It was the second week of November, perfect rut timing. I was set up in a tree stand before sunrise, 12-foot ladder blind that I've used for years. Nobody else around, and this is my uncle's land. I know it like the back of my hand. Right before dawn, I started hearing something downwind, not walking, pacing, heavy, and it kept circling. I figured it was a big buck, scent checking the tree line, and then it stopped. I heard this clicking sound, not like antlers, not like a branch, like bone tapping together. That's the closest thing I can describe it to. I raised my rifle and waited. Nothing. Sun finally came up, and that's when I saw it. Across the gully, maybe 30 yards off. A figure. This wasn't an animal. They were standing, not hunched or crouched, standing. But they were 8 feet tall, maybe 9. Long arms, long legs, skin like wet tree bark. It didn't move. It just stared. Even through the scope, I couldn't make out a face. Just these slits where eyes should be. And they glinted, dull like river stones. I should have taken the shot. I don't know why I didn't. Maybe it was instinct. Maybe something deeper. Something in my gut said, don't even move or breathe. And then it tilted its head sideways, like a dog trying to hear better. I swear it grinned. And I noticed something else. Everything was real quiet. Like everything had sensed this thing. Even the birds were gone. I didn't climb down. I jumped. I left my rifle in the stand, and I ran straight for the truck. When I came back the next day, broad daylight, I took a couple buddies with me. Everything was normal. My rifle was still there. No tracks, no smell, no sign. But my stand, every rung on the ladder had been twisted, like someone had grabbed it and wrung it like a towel. I don't really hunt alone often anymore. Not out there. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't scared of me. And I've learned, when something in the woods doesn't run from a man with a gun, you run from it. A few years ago, I landed a summer internship at a pretty well-known architecture firm. The building was old, like heavy oak banisters and creaky floorboards old. It had been retrofitted with just enough modern tech to pass inspection, but it still had that pre-war office with secrets kind of feel. Because I was the intern, I stayed late a lot, filing, digital rendering, cleanups, scanning blueprints. It was boring, but I appreciated the space and the quiet. That's when I noticed the drafting room light. It was an old side room, mostly unused, filled with big tilted desks and stools that no one really sat on. And the first time I saw the light on, it was nearly 10 p.m. I was locking up the copier room and noticed it through the frosted window in the hall. Not flickering, just on. I asked one of the junior architects about it the next day. She barely looked up from her laptop and said, "Just leave it, it always does that." that would have been the end of it, except for the next few nights. I noticed that it would be off when I arrived and on again by the time I was finishing up. Always that room, never others. And it wasn't on a motion sensor. None of the lights in the building were. Curiosity won out, and one night I walked in. The room was cold, smelled faintly of pencil shavings and printer toner. There was nothing particularly spooky about it, just forgotten tools and the hum of old electronics. But sitting on one of the desks, centered perfectly, was a rolled-out drawing I hadn't seen before. The building in the drawing, it didn't look anything like what we were working on. A real brutalist structure, dark, towering, but there was something compelling about it. The lines were clean but aggressive. The signature in the corner had been half erased. I brought it into the main office, thinking maybe it was misfiled, part of an abandoned concept. No one recognized it. My supervisor barely glanced at it before saying, "Toss it if it's not marked. We don't keep the duds." I didn't toss it. I scanned it, did some digging. The name on the partial signature matched a former architect who used to work there. He'd been with the firm for a long time, but left abruptly in the early 2000s. According to an old blog post that I found from a design forum, he'd become obsessed with a personal project, one that no client had asked for. The building in this sketch, same shape, same angles. It was mentioned briefly. He said it came to him in his dreams. He died not long after, jumping from the firm's building, 3rd floor balcony. No one at the firm talks about him. I went back to the drafting room the next night. The light was off again. I opened the door and an empty desk. The drawing was gone. I've only seen the light come on once since then, just for a second. I didn't go in. I can't really explain any of it, but I like to think that their presence there is a positive thing. Because honestly, thinking about it any other way is sort of horrifying. This happened about a year ago when I picked up a few overnight shifts at a hospital outside the city. I'm a float nurse. Basically, that means I go where I'm needed. Mostly short-staffed units, sometimes admin support. It's not glamorous, but I like the variety. The building itself was one of those older, multi-wing hospitals that's been expanded over and over. Some of the older floors aren't even used anymore, sealed off or partially converted into storage, depending on the budget that year, I'm sure. On my second night, around 2:30 a.m., I got a page for room 419. I was on the 3rd floor, so I figured maybe the patient number was wrong. Most of our active rooms start with 3-something. I double-checked the system. There was a room 419, but it was listed under the 4th floor, which hasn't been in use for over a decade. Thinking it was a system glitch, I cleared the page and moved on. Half an hour later, it came through again. Same room, same tone. I flagged it to the charge nurse, just in case I missed something. She gave me a weird look and said flatly, "There's no one on the 4th floor, just ignore it." Okay, easy enough. But a little before 4 a.m., I went to grab something from the supply closet near the back stairwell. And then standing at the far end of the hallway, near the fire door that leads to the 4th floor, I saw a woman, hospital gown, barefoot. She was facing the wall, completely still, like she was listening to something through the plaster. I took one step toward her and said, "Ma'am, are you all right?" She didn't move. I blinked, literally just blinked, and she was gone. I don't mean she walked away or turned, just gone. The hallway was empty. The fire door was closed. I checked the door out of sheer instinct. It wasn't just closed. It was locked, bolted from the other side. No way someone could have slipped through, much less barefoot and unnoticed. I didn't report it. I just stood there for a while trying to make sense of it. The next morning, I casually asked the day staff if they knew anything about room 419. One of the older nurses looked from her notes. She asked, "Why? It's not in use." When I pushed a little bit more, she paused and said, "A patient died in there, long time ago. There was a whole investigation. I think they shut the whole wing down after that." She didn't offer details. I didn't ask for any. I've worked a lot of hospitals. Weird things happen on nights. Alarms go off, lights flicker, and machines behave strangely. But I've never been paged to a sealed-off room before. I've never seen a woman who wasn't really there. And I've definitely never left a floor so fast in my life. This happened when I was around 10, during one of those weird in-between summers where everything felt like it was just on the edge of changing. And it was. My cousin and I were at a summer camp near Rainy Lake in northern Minnesota. Camp Coaching. Big pine trees, dark water, docks that creak even when there's no wind. It wasn't your typical s'mores and crafts kind of camp. It felt more like a wilderness outpost that the forest hadn't quite given permission to exist. We were there for a youth soccer training week, kind of a mix between workouts and wilderness survival. A lot of running, a lot of swimming, and way too much bug spray. It was our last day there. Most of the gear was packed, and parents were due to pick us up in a couple of hours. Me, my cousin Ryan, and his older brother Matt decided to walk off some of our leftover energy. There's a towpath trail that follows this old canal just beyond the cabins, mostly used by maintenance staff and the odd canoe group. It's not the kind of spot that the counselors wanted kids wandering off alone to, but we weren't really the listening type. The trail was quiet. We were laughing about something stupid, probably arguing over whether a bear could really outrun a mountain lion, when Ryan stopped cold. "Hey," he pointed. "Check that out." There was a jacket floating in the water. Looked almost brand new, dark blue with orange trim. You would be wearing this jacket if it was colder. It didn't make sense, seeing it drifting like that. No other debris, no ripples, no obvious reason that it would be there. Ryan's always been the type to grab shiny things off the ground, half magpie, half raccoon, so of course he stepped down toward the edge to pull it out. He reached for a stick, hooked it through the arm, and gave it a tug. The jacket rolled, and so did the body wearing it. We saw the face, or rather, where the face should have been. It was gone, like the water had taken it. No eyes, no nose, just barely any skin stretched over bone. One side looked bloated, the other eaten away, like something had been working on it for a while. It didn't even look like a person anymore. More like something made. None of us said a word, not even Ryan. We just stared. I remember the way that one of the sleeves dragged behind in the water like it was reaching for something. I remember the way the air suddenly smelled like rust and wet leaves. And I remember the stillness. There was a stillness that didn't feel natural. Like everything had stopped to watch. It was Matt who snapped out of it first. He grabbed us by the shoulders, practically threw us back up the path, and didn't stop until we were halfway to the main road. We told the first adult we saw. Camp staff called the cops. I never found out what came of it. They told our parents that it was a drowning victim, some guy who must have fallen off a boat, drifted down the canal. But here's the thing, we knew that water. We'd been swimming in it, canoeing in it, even fell in it once or twice. It wasn't deep enough to hide a body for long, and the canal didn't run that far. And no one ever explained the jacket. No missing person, no update, no name, just a quiet reminder not to go over near that part of the trail again. I think other than actually witnessing it, the worst part has been every now and then I'll dream about that moment. The still water, the jacket turning, and that hollow, faceless thing looking back, without eyes. I work as a technician at a natural history museum. Lots of cataloging, temperature checks, making sure drawers full of rocks and bones don't get misplaced. Still, as dull as it is, I love it. It's quiet work, and the building has this odd, dignified kind of stillness to it. Anyway, about 8 months ago, we were preparing for a fossil rotation, basically swapping out some of our older pieces for newer ones from an off-site storage. One of the drawers I was assigned to inventory had no label. That's not unheard of, especially when interns handle storage. But the fossil inside was unusual. It looked like a partial skull, but not one I recognized. Almost bird-like. Sharp, rigid, but oddly smooth in places. No tags, no number, no notes in the digital system. Just sitting there in drawer 43B. I flagged it for review. Our curator, Jen, didn't know anything about it either. She assumed it had been misfiled or left behind from a loan return. I moved on. But a few weeks later, I got a message from night security. The guy on shift, Eli, said he noticed something odd on the camera feed. I figured it was another janitor walking through a restricted zone, but when I looked at the clip, the footage was glitched, just in one corner, right over drawer 43B. The timestamp would skip ahead like 40 seconds, and then the feed would resume as normal. It happened usually twice a week, always around 2 a.m., and that drawer would just curiously be open. Museums are old buildings. Wiring gets weird, cameras need replacing, stuff happens. But it kept happening. The same drawer, the same glitch, same time window. Eli didn't seem too rattled, just curious. He told me, half joking, that he did some digging, looked up our archives, loan logs, even old hard copies of the inventory list. Nothing matched the fossil in 43B. It essentially didn't exist on paper or digitally. One night he texted me a screenshot. The drawer was open, not wide, maybe a few inches, but no one had been in that room since closing. The cameras didn't show it opening. One frame closed, skip, next frame, slightly open. Eli said he walked by a few minutes later and it was shut again. After that, he stopped looking into it, said it was probably a mechanical issue, old drawers, old tracks, weird air pressure shifts, that sort of thing. But he still noted every time it happened, and so did I. The distortion, the glitch, the momentary static that fuzzed the timestamp. It never showed anything dramatic, just wrong. Eventually, the fossil was flagged during an audit and shipped to a different institution. Some paleobiologist in Montana requested to study it, said the morphology looked prehistoric, but that it didn't match any known specimen. Jen was relieved to be rid of it. I didn't argue. The drawer hasn't moved since, according to Eli, and I haven't seen anything. I still check it every so often. Not really out of fear, though, more like habit. The kind of reflex that you build after witnessing something you can't really explain. But also that didn't really do anything. No ghosts or apparitions, no haunted dreams. Just a drawer and a weird video glitch. I guess the weirdest part is that the security glitches stopped the day it was shipped out. Back in the summer of '88, I took a fire watch job out in the Blue Mountains, Washington side. I was 24 and between lives. I was the age where solitude felt like a solution. The tower, it sat 4 stories up, surrounded by forests in every direction. You'd take a service road most of the way, hike the last mile, and from that point on, you were on your own. One supply drop every Wednesday, a 2-way radio, a cot, a weather log, nothing else. At the time, it felt like exactly what I needed. And then things started getting off. It began with lights, small ones, low on the tree line, out past the western ridge. First one, then 2. Looked like someone holding a lighter out in the dark. I figured it was just a hiker ignoring closures, maybe camped too close to the fire-prone zone. I marked it on the log and moved on. But the lights came back the next night. Same time, just past 2 a.m. Same place, still flickering. And then they started showing up to the east, too. Not brighter or closer, just more of them. I called it in. The ranger on the other end said, "You're alone out there. Trust what you see." Which wasn't the comfort I think he meant it to be. The third night, the lights didn't flicker. They held. Soft, steady glow. Low off the ground. Like lanterns. But the air stayed still. No smoke or movement, just quiet, uncomfortable quiet. I turned on the radio for background noise and tried to sleep. Around 2:30, I woke up to the sound, a sound I couldn't place. It wasn't wind. It wasn't the stairs. It was a noise above me. I was laying there staring at the dark ceiling, hearing the faintest creak of weight. Just 1 or 2 shifts, like someone crouched up there, adjusting slowly, not walking, but maybe waiting. I stayed still for over an hour. I never heard it leave. The next morning, I climbed up to the roof. Nothing out of place or any footprints or scratches, just condensation on the glass and a weird cold spot along the west wall. It felt like the air didn't want to move there. I told myself it was just early fall settling in. That night, the lights didn't come. But the next morning, I woke up to find the binoculars that I kept on the windowsill were gone. They turned up later outside, sitting on the railing of the east-facing platform, perfectly balanced. After that, I stopped sleeping through the night so well. I'd lay in the cot, half waiting for the sounds to start. Sometimes they didn't. Other times I'd hear the tower creak, like someone was halfway up the steps, just standing there. I made it to the end of the season. Never saw a fire, never saw another person. The ranger said I did a good job, asked if I'd come back the next year. I said no. He didn't ask why. It's been decades. I live back east now. I've got a porch, a dog, and a backyard that fades into the woods. I still really love the quiet. But it's like every time I'm woken up at 2 or 3 in the morning, I'm always a little nervous, thinking I'm going to hear somebody walking on my roof, or worse, in my room. When I was a kid, my best friend was a girl named Jenny. We were inseparable for a few years. Bike rides, after-school cartoons, matching Halloween costumes. Her house always smelled like cinnamon gum and dryer sheets. And her mom kept bowls of hard candy in every room. It was just one of those really cozy houses, or it looked like it. I never liked spending the night there. The first time I stayed over, I was maybe 9. Jenny had this long, narrow hallway that ran from the living room, past the bedrooms to the bathroom. It always felt too dark, even during the day. I remember standing in the middle of it, feeling like someone was standing just around the bend, waiting for me to walk past. I figured I was just being a wimp, but the second time I slept over, I saw something. We were camped out in sleeping bags on our bedroom floor. The door cracked open just enough to catch light from the hallway. Jenny was snoring softly. I remember waking up for no reason, just one of those moments when you're suddenly wide awake. And through the crack of the door, I could see someone walk by. Only it wasn't her mom. It was too tall, too thin, and the way it moved, smooth, gliding, like they weren't actually touching the ground. It passed slowly and then stopped. I didn't breathe. After a moment, I saw the shadow lean back, just enough to suggest a head peering toward the door, but I couldn't see a face, just darkness. And then it moved on, silently. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I never told Jenny. I didn't want to seem weird, but after that, every time I went to her house, I made excuses to stay in the living room. If she wanted to go to her room, I followed, but I never lingered near that hallway. And I always asked to go home before it got dark. Eventually, we drifted apart. No big fight or anything. I just started finding reasons to avoid her place. I blamed school or being busy, but the truth is that hallway ruined it for me. Even now as an adult, I still think about it sometimes. That shape, that lean, how it never made a sound. Jenny's mom moved years ago. I doubt that she ever knew anything strange was happening in that house. But I do wonder if Jenny saw it too. I don't usually post here. I read stuff sometimes late at night when I can't sleep, but I've never felt like I had something worth sharing until last week. I work as part of a road maintenance crew based out of Hope, British Columbia. For the past couple of years, I've been doing contract work up around the Coquihalla, mostly patching up remote access roads for forestry and survey teams. Long hours, not a lot of people around, and plenty of dead zones for a phone signal. Anyway, last Thursday we were set up north of Yale. Real backcountry stuff. Gravel road that barely shows up on the map. We were supposed to clear a section after a minor rock slide. Just me, another guy from the crew, and our supervisor in the truck. The weirdness started when we got to the site. There were these footprints in the mud at the edge of the slide. Not tire tracks, but footprints. But huge. Like easily twice the size of my boot. And deep. Whatever made them was heavy. But there were only 3 of them. No full path or clear direction, just 3 prints, like something just took a few steps and disappeared. We joked that it was Sasquatch territory and kept moving, but I took a picture on my phone. I sent it to my brother later. He thought it was photoshopped. After we wrapped up for the day, the supervisor left to check another site. Me and the other guy, Rob, we stayed behind to finish stacking the equipment. Just the 2 of us. Real quiet out there. Barely any wind. You could hear everything. And we did. A thump. Low and heavy, like a log falling, but more deliberate. Not a tree falling or a rock slide, just one solid thud. Rob looked at me and said, "Did you hear that?" We both stood there listening. Another minute passed. Then we heard it again. Thump. And again, but farther off. It didn't sound close, but it felt big, like you could feel it in your chest. The part that still messes with me. We never heard birds again after that. Not a single one, just silence and those distant low thuds. Maybe 3 or 4 total, but nothing. We packed up fast after that. I thought that maybe it was a blasting somewhere nearby, but no one had permits for anything in the area. I checked later. No reports. That night, while I was looking at the footprint photo again, I noticed something I hadn't before. Up on the ridge, way in the back of the frame, there's a line of trees, and in between two of them, just barely visible, is a dark shape. Could be a rock, could be a shadow. But it was huge, like those footprints. I've worked in these woods for years. I know bear prints, moose, cougar, you name it. Never seen anything remotely like those before, or since. Last summer, my wife and I bought a small fixer-upper in northern Michigan near the lake. Nothing fancy, just a cheap vacation place that we could work on over time. It had been sitting vacant for a while, but the bones were good. Plus, my wife loved the idea of giving the house new life. It came with creaky floors, warped doors, and a whole lot of 70s wallpaper. Our daughter Ellie was 5 at the time. The type of kid who never stops asking questions and carried her stuffed rabbit around with her like a second soul. She'd named it Mr. Tumbles. That'll matter later. We started renovations almost right away. The biggest issue was under the house, the crawl space. The inspector said that it had been sealed up for decades, possibly since the original owner had passed. We had to access it through a small trap door in the hall closet, which was nailed shut, covered with old linoleum. Out of sight, out of mind, until my wife said that she kept hearing noises from that part of the house at night. Not animal noises. She described it as whispering. I figured maybe it was pipes or some weird acoustics. We'd had raccoons in our attic back home, so I figured it was something like that. Still, I eventually pulled the nails and opened it up. The crawl space was about 3 feet high, packed with dirt, and darker than hell. It smelled old, dry but sour, like something had rotted and been forgotten. There were handprints on the inside of the trap door, small ones, not from me. I didn't say anything to my wife. I just shut it, resealed it, and moved on. Probably raccoon paws, I told myself. Smudges, whatever. A couple days later, Ellie started saying things like, "Why is there a man under the floor?" Or, "Mr. Tumbles says the voice is getting louder." Kids are weird, imaginative. I didn't think much of it at first. But then I heard it. It was around 2 a.m. My wife was asleep, Ellie too. I went to the kitchen to grab water, and I heard something through the floor vent near the hallway. A voice, soft, raspy, just under the edge of hearing. It sounded like someone saying the same thing over and over. "Come back, come back, come back." I stood there for what felt like 5 whole minutes, listening but not moving. And then it stopped. I checked Ellie's room. She was asleep, rabbit tucked under her chin. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, I tried gently asking Ellie about the things that she'd been hearing. She just looked at me and said, "He told me your name last night." I asked who. The man from the crawl space. And that was it. We packed our things the same day, and we haven't been back. But a few weeks ago, I got curious. I dug through old property records online, trying to figure out who lived there before us. And there was a man listed, Norman Thomas, a contractor who built the house in the early 60s. The weird thing is, he disappeared in 1961. His body was never found. The file said that his last known address was the same one we bought, and that he had a daughter named Ellie. When I was 19, I jogged everywhere. partly because I was a poor college student who couldn't afford books or a car. I also enjoyed being in shape enough to do that. But isn't that just the poor girl masking? I didn't want a car. I liked walking places. Anyway, I'm on a jog. My destination is the store, and my trip is without constraints, free of any roads or traffic lights to direct me where to go. My trip takes 20 minutes longer than driving, and it's cold, but again, no traffic lights beaming their fascist red, yellow, green nonsense. I'll take the interurban bike trail on foot any day. The sun was shining that morning. Walking through the trail, I looked up into the trees and spotted a dove with the whitest feathers I'd ever seen. It was perched on a branch, staring down and watching me as I passed underneath it. As the trail twisted and turned, it wound through residential parks, lakes, and a golf course. My walk to the store didn't take me all the way to the golf course, but it did take me through a few residential parks. To separate the trail from everything else, there was a tree line along the path. On the other side of a few of these large pine trees, there was a grassy clearing that looked like it could have been out of a movie. The sun reflected off the morning dew on the grass. I'd walked past this park almost daily, but for some reason that day, its picturesque beauty was noteworthy. I hadn't planned on leaving the trail, but then I saw another white dove. This one was in the clearing, bouncing around in the grass. Then, a rabbit ran past the dove. Its fur also had a vivid white shine. It almost collided with the dove as it skittered past. If I wanted to see further into the clearing, I had to leave the bike path and walk through a row of trees and unkept brush. And I was so entranced by seeing all these animals together like this, I had to see if there were more of these albino animals hanging out in the clearing. When I fully crossed over, I saw a man standing next to a large wooden trunk in the middle of the clearing. He hadn't seen me yet. As I was approaching from behind, he stood next to his trunk. He would occasionally lean into it, his feet almost leaving the ground as he reached to the bottom. He wasn't a tall man, but the trunk he was reaching into was exceptionally large. Every time he did this, he would pull out another all-white rabbit or dove, and then release it into the grass or toss it into the sky to fly away. I followed one of the dove's flight paths with my eyes, and that's where I saw that all of the trees around had doves on their branches, at least a dozen or more scattered across them. Scattered around the clearing were more empty black cages with their doors propped open, their inhabitants long gone. When he finished, he closed the lid of the trunk and sat on it with his hands clasped in his lap. The animals he'd let go of were beautiful, but what concerned me was the idea of these foreign species messing up the ecosystem of the park. The rabbits in particular, they would multiply, and less than a year later their offspring had indeed become a fixture in this park. I walked right up to him. He was facing away from me, and he jumped when I said, "Excuse me." Before the man turned around, he snapped back in a gruff tone, saying he'd already apologized to my dad for the incident and he couldn't give refunds. The comment made no sense to me, and I lost my train of thought regarding the animals. "What?" I asked. That's when he turned to look over his shoulder at me. "You from the party?" he asked. "No, I'm from over there," I said, pointing to the bike path about 20 meters away. Then I remembered why I was talking to him. "I saw you releasing those animals from the bike path, and I wanted to know what you were doing." The abrasive tone he'd initially started with softened as he introduced himself. His name was Abbott, and he was a self-proclaimed, world-renowned illusionist who had once shared the stage with the greats like David Copperfield, Penn and Teller, and a few Italian-sounding names I didn't know. While Abbott sat atop his magician's trunk, going on about his accolades, he gestured for me to come sit next to him without skipping a beat. He was an older man who I thought, in that moment, just needed someone to talk to. He wore a fitted, theatrical black tux with a white undershirt, a large red bow tie. It looked intentionally too big for his small stature. It was easy to imagine Abbott using his height as an advantage during his routine. Before I approached him, it was almost comically inviting to watch him lean so far into the trunk, trying to pull the cages out. There was an open stepladder I used to climb up and sit on the trunk. I scooted close enough to hear him, but I wasn't invading his personal space. Abbott hadn't stopped talking about the golden age of magic when I noticed a few of the rabbits still hopping around a few meters from us. The doves hadn't left the trees either. It was like they didn't know what to do with themselves out of captivity. When Abbott finally paused to take a breath, I asked him why he was releasing all of his animals. "Today was my last performance," Abbott said. "I'm retiring, and it's only fair that they be freed from the shackles of this industry as well." I asked why a world-renowned illusionist would be booked to perform in a podunk town like this. With a spiteful groan, he told me that it was for some rich, ungrateful brat's birthday. The dad had written him a check that would cover his rent expenses for the next 5 to 6 months, enough time for him to figure something else out. I asked if the birthday was really that bad enough for him to quit a job he loved. Abbott was quick to correct me. It was a job he used to love, but the job didn't love him back. Time after time, he thought, this is the performance that will get me noticed. But Copperfield's agents had stopped returning his calls after their contract ended. Abbott still drew crowds on his own in smaller venues, but for a fraction of what other magic acts earned. He blamed his downfall on the rise of live street magic, particularly David Blaine. His theatrical stage style had fallen out of favor. If you weren't already a household name, you were forgotten. We sat side by side, staring into the field, watching as white rabbits and doves wander around. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him pull something from his coat pocket. When I looked over, Abbott was holding a black pistol and put it into his mouth. My heart stopped as he pulled the trigger over and over, but the gun didn't fire. He glanced at me, then took the gun out of his mouth. "Oh, I'm so sorry," he said. "It's a water pistol. I've topped with Jameson." He offered me a pull, but I respectfully declined, suppressing the terror shakes. I thought I was going to watch him blow his brains out. The whole situation felt like it was leading to that. The releasing of the animals, the angry day drinking, the life story confession. When I saw the gun, I was more like, dang, you're not going to wait until I leave? But Abbott didn't. He stayed alive, at least for the moment. Though his behavior was still unsettling, I learned a lot about Abbott in our short time together. I find out he's a proper drunk, that he's been drinking since before the kid's birthday. Abbott had a drinking problem through his whole career, but he also used to huff ether. Out of respect, I'll also mention that he got clean from the ether, but stayed strong with his alcohol consumption. But while he was on all of it, he showed up all messed up to one of his performances at an exhibition hall overseas. It was some big event put on by a royal family. As the competition for magician gigs narrowed, Abbott had begun incorporating more and more dangerous stunts into his routine. The beginning of the act goes as planned, and he's got the crowd in his hands. He'd become so accustomed to performing in his inebriated state that he could have done the first 20 minutes of his set completely faded, which he was. It was only the second part of the performance, the less rehearsed one, that Abbott had problems with. Mainly the trick where he's supposed to cut one of his lovely assistants in half with a long, wobbly handsaw. Spoiler alert, Abbott revealed the basic idea of how the trick works. If you don't want to know and have this trick be ruined for you, I'd skip ahead. So he has two assistants shoved into a box. One only has her upper body out, the other only her lower body. And there's a thin metal gap between them where he puts the saw. Now, the woman with her legs visible, so her upper body's hidden, it's her job to shut the two doors of the table, one hiding her and the latch just outside of her door to conceal her partner before Abbott separates the tables and moves them around. I'm sure you've seen the idea. While Abbott positions the saw above the opening, Assistant 2 is slow to close both doors, though in court, both women would later blame Abbott for not giving the correct verbal signals or time allowed for the women to complete the task. Regardless, Abbott slid the saw down like a guillotine onto the hidden assistant's arm as she was latching the doors. He felt the blade stop, and he thought that it jammed, so he really started to put his weight into it, the sawing, that is. And his efforts were not in vain. The saw did begin to move faster, and soon he was through the box. The audience was the first to see the blood. But they all thought it was part of the show, so they continued to cheer. It was only brought to Abbott's attention that something was wrong when he did the separation bit. That's when he and Assistant 1 saw the other girl hanging out of the box. Her left arm had been sawn completely through, and she was unconscious from the pain. The padding inside the boxes Abbott built with their comfort in mind only muffled the woman's screams and would have alerted them to an emergency. The lady lived and sued Abbott for everything, and nothing was ever at the level he'd previously been at. Nobody would work with him and his act, his tricks. It wasn't a solo gig. Now it was when I met him. Years of degradation eroded his act down to hat and animal magic, parlor tricks for rich, ungrateful kids. He said it paid the bills, but his soul died in the process. Shaking his alcohol pistol in my direction again, he told me, "Don't live to pay the bills. The world doesn't give a fuck about you." I was 19 hearing all of this, and Abbott was both scarring and inspiring me. Then he ruined any goodwill by following it up with, "And I don't give a fuck about you either, bitch. Now get off my trunk." Offended, I instantly hopped off. Abbott did too, landing on the ground at the same time as me. I turned towards him, unsure what to say. He lifted the lid of the trunk that we'd been sitting on, climbed in, and closed it behind him. I stood there, not sure how to handle myself, but he never came back out. I didn't want to stand there all day, staring at the magician's trunk, waiting to tell him that he'd hurt my feelings. No, I decided to call the cops. I don't know what time they did arrive, but when they did, they said they couldn't find the large wooden chest with the purple felt and gold trim like I'd described. All they found were the white doves still perched in the trees. Mothman. That's the only name I've ever been able to give it. It was a warm summer evening and my family had gathered for an outdoor movie night at one of our relatives' houses. They'd set up a big screen in the backyard, rows of folding chairs and blankets covering the grass. The scent of popcorn and citronella candles was mixed in the air. In the sun, it was setting. For a kid around 7 or 8 years old, it really felt like the perfect night. The movie had just started when my attention began to wander. I wasn't interested in whatever was playing on the screen. I still don't remember what it was. So I turned my gaze toward the tree line at the edge of the yard. It was almost fully dark by then, the faint glow of the moon casting shadows across the ground. And that's when I saw something. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, just my imagination playing with the shapes of the trees, but as I stared, I realized it was something else entirely. A tall, black figure stood just beyond the trees, partially hidden by the shadows. It looked like it was covered in fur or hair. its long, spindly arms hanging unnaturally low. Its eyes, though, I remember those most clearly. They glowed a deep, almost fiery red, cutting through the darkness like embers, and it was staring right at me. I froze, not in fear exactly, but in shock. It wasn't moving, not even a little, just standing there, watching. The distance between us made it hard to make out specific details, and the dim light didn't help. I couldn't see if it had wings or not, though part of me expected it to. It was hard to explain the feeling, but it didn't seem threatening. There was an almost unnatural calm about it, like it wasn't interested in hurting me. It just was. After what felt like forever, curiosity got the better of me. I turned and ran back to the group, tugging on the sleeve of the nearest adult. "There's something in the woods," I said, urging them to come and see. Of course, they were skeptical, but I wouldn't let it go. I begged someone to follow me back to where I'd seen it. By the time I returned to the spot, it was completely dark. The figure was gone. The only thing staring back at me now were the trees. I scanned the area desperately, trying to catch another glimpse, but it was as if it had vanished into thin air. Understandably, no one believed me. I was just a kid with an overactive imagination, they said. Maybe I'd seen a shadow or a deer moving through the woods, but I know what I saw. It wasn't a shadow. It wasn't a deer. And though I wasn't afraid when I saw it, the memory of those glowing red eyes has stuck with me ever since. What was it? Was it watching me for a reason? Why didn't it move while I was looking? And why did it disappear the moment I turned away? I've never been able to answer those questions, but one thing I do know for sure, it wasn't my imagination. It could have been a baby bear, but I'm convinced it wasn't. During a camping trip to northern Ontario in 2012, I believe I saw a baby Bigfoot. I was 16 at the time, tagging along with my friend and his family for a trip to Algonquin Park. It was my first real adventure into the Canadian wilderness, and I was excited to soak everything in. The towering trees, the different air, the feeling of being completely surrounded by nature. It was different for me. During one of our hikes, we were walking a winding trail through the dense forest when something unusual caught my eye. A flash of black against the vibrant red of a maple tree stood out among the greens and browns around us. I stopped, squinting, and I realized it was a small creature perched on one of the higher branches. It was facing the trunk of the tree, crouched low, as if trying to hide. At first, my logical brain thought that it might be a baby bear, but as I studied it, I began to notice things that didn't add up. For one, its limbs looked too long and lean for a baby bear cub. More like arms with small, dexterous hands gripping the bark. Its head seemed rounder, with no visible muzzle or snout like you'd expect on a bear, and when it turned its head slightly, I could see intelligent, curious eyes staring back at me. Eyes that seemed more human than animal. We locked eyes for what felt like several seconds, and that's when it did something strange. The creature pressed itself closer to the tree, hugging the trunk tightly, as if it thought that by hiding its face, I wouldn't be able to see it anymore. It was almost childlike, as if it didn't fully understand how hiding worked. I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for it. It looked scared, but not aggressive. "Hey, look," I called out to the group, pointing up at the tree. Everyone stopped, following my gaze. "What is that?" "Oh, it's just a baby bear," someone said dismissively. "We better keep moving before the mama bear shows up." that even as the others began walking again, I couldn't tear my eyes away from the creature. The more I looked, the less it resembled a bear. The way it clung to the tree, its slender fingers curling around the bark. It was deliberate, so human. And the way it pressed its face into the trunk, as if trying to disappear, was something I couldn't imagine a bear doing. I tried to explain what I was seeing, but no one seemed interested. "It's just a bear cub," they repeated, waving me off. But deep down, I knew they were wrong. I knew what I saw wasn't a bear. It couldn't have been. Bears don't have hands like that. Bears don't behave like that. I thought about that moment often over the years, replaying it in my mind. What was it? A young Bigfoot? Some other creature we don't understand? I'll never know for sure, but I wish I could go back and take a closer look. Maybe snap a picture or find some proof. People still doubt me when I tell the story, but I stand by what I saw. It wasn't a baby bear. It was something else. Something extraordinary. So before I get into this, I need to throw a disclaimer out there that I was 18 years old when this event took place. I've never done hard drugs in my life. I don't drink alcohol. And I started smoking weed when I was 22. Also, there were 3 other teenagers with me that night who were also sober and witnessed this as well. So my friend and I were hanging out with 2 of her guy friends on a Friday night after school. And the plans were that we were going to have a sleepover at my friend's house. We were just hanging out around town, nothing much to do in a small Georgia town, but walk around town square, go to the trails. Well, after shooting the shit for a couple hours, we got hungry. We ordered a pizza for pickup. We got the pizza and drove to a pretty quiet neighborhood where one of the guys lived. The neighborhood was tucked away pretty good into the forest, so it was really quiet and really dark in that area. As we were sitting outside eating pizza, using the hood of the car as a makeshift table, I looked up and I saw what looked like a large pitch-black mass, one that resembled a primate in shape and movement, swinging high in the trees. They were a good 800 feet away from us. Even from that distance, in the night, it looked so huge. But that made no sense. We live in a small town in Georgia. There's no large primates here. I alerted everyone to this figure in the trees, and we were all baffled and amazed at what we were seeing. I remember just having this sense of dread washing over me as I looked at this figure, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Then it seemed like it noticed us. We couldn't see any distinct features, and the figure was pitch black, but somehow, you just knew it was watching you. Suddenly, this shadow, ape-like figure stood tall, and you could almost see it shifting before your eyes. It began to resemble something more closely the shape of a large man. He was holding on to a branch with one arm, just staring at us with unseen eyes. Everyone was frozen, so still and so quiet. It seemed like the sounds of the night froze in place with us. We were just transfixed on this dark figure in the trees. Then this creature crouched over, and as it did, its shoulders seemed to stretch impossibly higher, reaching over its head. All of us were in shock and terrified at seeing this, maybe a little in denial as we were seeing what was defying any logical explanation, because you want this to make sense. And then this creature's shoulders, for the lack of a better word or better way to explain this, they seemed to grow into these huge wing-like shapes. Then this dark figure jumped off the branch and flew off. It soared, I guess. I knew what I was seeing was real, because when that happened, we all ran to the car without talking, just screaming and running as fast as possible. We sped away from there. We were all freaking out, trying to find any logical reason, something that could explain what we'd just witnessed. But there was nothing. Needless to say, no one slept that night. We were all too terrified that maybe that thing followed us back to my friend's house. I should mention this was back in 2010, so I didn't have a good camera phone to capture whatever we saw back then. Even now, I don't know that it's the first thing I would think of, though. It was crazy. So my dad's a cop as well as my cousin, and they've both told me some pretty terrifying stories over the years. My dad also worked security at a haunted hotel before he became a cop, and we live on an Indian reservation where paranormal stuff seems to happen way more often than it should. I'll try to break these down into separate stories, but fair warning, some of this still freaks me out to this day. The woman at the Fairmont in Ottawa. Before he became a cop, my dad worked security at the Fairmont Chateau in Ottawa. If you don't know, the place is rumored to be haunted, and according to my dad, that rumor is 100% true. One night during his shift, he was doing rounds through a section of the hotel that was supposed to be empty. No guests, no staff, just dark hallways and locked rooms. It was around 3 a.m., of course it was, and he turned a corner. He saw a woman walking ahead of him. She was dressed in early 1900s attire, a long, flowing dress, walking at a steady pace away from him. At first, he assumed she was a lost guest. "Ma'am, this floor is off limits," he called out. No response. He picked up his pace, following after her, but just as he was about to reach her, she turned the corner. My dad immediately followed, but when he turned the corner, the hallway was empty. There was nowhere for her to have gone. No open doors, no stairwell, nothing. He searched the floor, checked every room, which were all still locked, and there was no sign of her. He swears that she vanished into thin air. The police station is definitely haunted. Now let's talk about the precinct my dad works at. According to him, 95% of the cops that work there believe it's haunted. The ones who don't, the rookies who haven't experienced it yet. The activity is pretty intense. Things move on their own. Cabinet doors swing open. Objects get shoved off desks. Chairs start spinning on their own. Doors slam shut with no one around. But the worst part, the shadow figure. Cops have seen a tall black mass with glowing red eyes standing at the end of hallways or at the bottom of stairwells. And it's not just the officers who see it. The criminals do too. They have security footage of people in the holding cells freaking out, staring at something just off camera, looking absolutely terrified. Some prisoners have refused to stay in their cells, claiming that something is in there with them. One guy told my dad, "This place is haunted, man." To which my dad just shrugged and said, "Yeah, it is." None of the cops like to be alone in the station anymore, because that's when the shadow figure likes to show itself. The demonic phone call. One of our close family friends had her own terrifying experience with whatever haunts the police station. She was at home when she got a call from a number she didn't recognize. When she looked at the screen, the number was 666 666 6666. She didn't answer. Just sat there staring at it, waiting for it to stop ringing. 5 minutes later, she got another call, this time from a friend of hers who's a cop. Her friend was panicked. "We need to do something about this thing. Let's smudge the precinct." At that point, she understood. Whatever was haunting the station knew that they were about to try to get rid of it. It was fighting back. The next day, they went to the police station to perform a cleansing ritual. They smudged the entire building, but the entity did not go quietly. It got angry. Doors slammed. The air was thick, making it hard to breathe. When they reached the holding cells, The lights went out. The sage kept trying to go out. And then the shell holding the sage cracked in half. That's a bad sign. They knew they had to leave fast. They buried the shell outside, but the haunting never stopped. Later, they realized that they'd made a mistake. They didn't clear the building properly. They'd moved sporadically, instead of sweeping the spirit out through the front door. Now, the entity was stronger than ever. The thing in the woods. My cousin, who's also a cop, once saw something massive outside of the school in our town. The school's in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by dense forest. One night while patrolling, he saw two huge figures walking near the tree line. He swears they weren't human, covered in fur, walking upright, and moved silently into the woods. He tried to report it, but the other cops just laughed it off. No one believes him, but I think that they're just pretending they don't. The highway cryptid. Another time, my dad responded to a call about a guy sitting on the side of the road. It was near the highway that runs through our town. Turns out the guy was a long-distance cyclist who had just pulled over to rest. But when my dad got there, the cyclist looked terrified. He told my dad that earlier, while biking along Route 117 in Quebec, he had stopped at the top of a hill, saw something crossing the highway. It was huge, covered in fur, but walking on two legs. The cyclist froze. He didn't want it to see him. He just crouched down and watched it disappear into the woods. He refused to keep going for a full 30 minutes. He told my dad, "I don't know what I saw, but I know it wasn't human." The thing that knocks. One woman in our town kept calling the police 3 nights in a row. She swore someone was knocking on every window of her house. It happened all at once, like a group of kids was playing a prank. But whenever the cops got there, nothing. No footprints, no one in sight. On the 3rd night, her neighbor came over, pale as a ghost. He asked, "Is this about the knocking?" The cop said, "Yeah. Did you see something?" The neighbor nodded. He'd stepped outside for a cigarette and saw a black figure standing at the woman's window, knocking. And then it ran, but not like a person. It circled the house 4 times, knocking on every window, too fast for any human. And then it stopped. It turned toward the neighbor, ran across the street, and hid behind a tree. For a moment, everything was silent, and then it peeked out from behind the tree, looking right at him. Its eyes glowed yellow, like a cat's. And then it smiled. So yeah, that's just some of the weird stuff that's happened around here. We live on an Indian reservation, and honestly, I feel like we see way more paranormal shit than normal places. And I don't think it's stopping anytime soon. Back in 2021, my husband and I were camping in Wyoming at the Boysen Reservoir. We got really lucky. We were able to book a beachfront site directly leading to the water, but the downside was that it was very, very far away from the other campsites. We were essentially isolated from everyone else. At the time, though, it sounded like a dream come true. The thing about Wyoming is that it's so desolate to the point where it's pitch black and eerily dead silent once the sun is gone. We set up our camp, enjoyed our fire, but shortly after that, a random SUV with blacked out windows came driving down our road and into our site. They drove towards us. My husband tried to wave at them in case they were lost and needed help, but instead they ignored us and drove down to the beach, stayed there for about 5 minutes, turned around and went back up the way they came. We immediately got a bad vibe. My husband told me to throw everything in the car, and he kept shining the flashlight toward the beach because he had a feeling that they had dropped someone off to watch us. After we packed up, we got in the car and hauled ass. Lo and behold, the same car drove back into our campsite, and when they saw us leaving, they actually started to chase us. Mind you, the roads in Wyoming are bumpy and unkept, especially in the wilderness. On top of that, enormous wildlife that wanders in and out of the streets. My husband said, "I have to go fast. Are you okay with that?" And I said, "Just go and get us out of here." We were easily going over 80 miles an hour down these windy roads and even through a canyon. They were on our tail for about 10 minutes until we lost them after passing through the canyon. Most terrifying experience of our lives. We think about it to this day, wonder what could have happened if we didn't listen to our gut at that moment. I grew up in a small town in northern Minnesota, the kind of place where the woods start right at the edge of your backyard and stretch on forever. My family wasn't big on technology, so my childhood was mostly spent outside, building forts, climbing trees, and running wild until the sun went down. I was about 10 when my dad decided I was old enough for my first solo camping trip. Not far, just past the creek behind our house, maybe a mile or two in. I'd camped plenty of times before with him and my older brothers, but this was a test, a way to prove I could handle myself. He helped me pack a small tent, a sleeping bag, and just enough food for a night. I wasn't scared. If anything, I was excited. I remember hiking in with no trouble, picking a spot in a small clearing surrounded by tall pines. The trees were thick enough to block most of the sky, but there was still enough moonlight filtering through that I could see without a flashlight. I set up camp, ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and crawled into my sleeping bag feeling pretty proud of myself. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. Not to a sound exactly, more like the absence of sound. The woods are never quiet, not even at night. There's always crickets, owls, rustling of leaves in the wind, but when I opened my eyes, it was dead silent. But then I heard something. I heard someone breathing. It creeped me out because it didn't sound particularly close, but it wasn't far away either. Why could I hear it? Somewhere in the trees, just beyond my line of sight, was something making slow, deliberate inhales and exhales, like whatever it was wanted to be heard. My first thought was a bear. My dad had told me what to do in that situation. Stay still, don't make sudden movements, let it pass. But then, between those heavy breaths, I heard something else, a voice. It was quiet, almost a whisper, but clear enough that I could make out the words. "I see you." Every hair on my body stood up. I don't know how long I lay there, barely breathing, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. I told myself it's gotta be the wind, maybe even a dream, so I pinched myself. But then, just as I started to believe it could be a dream, the voice came again, closer. "Come out now." I shot up, heart pounding so hard I thought that I might shake the tent. I wanted to run, but every part of me screamed, "Don't move." The zipper on my tent was just inches away, but I couldn't bring myself to reach for it. Then the breathing stopped, and the forest came back to life. Crickets, wind, the distant hoot of an owl, like someone had just flipped a switch. I sat there, frozen, until the first hint of dawn crept through the trees. Only then did I finally gather the courage to unzip the tent and step outside. Nothing was there. No footprints, no broken branches, just the woods, looking the same as they always had. I packed up my things and hiked back home without stopping once. My dad asked how it went. I told him it was fine. I asked him if he'd paid me a visit. He looked at me, confused. I never mentioned the voice. I still don't know what I heard that night. I have spent plenty of time in the woods since then, but I've never camped alone again. Sometimes even now, when I wake up in the middle of the night, if it's silent, it's eerie to me. I need noise. I just think about the slow, deliberate breathing just outside my tent. I hadn't thought of this memory for so long until reading comments. It was like something buried deep in my mind was suddenly brought to the surface. When I was a kid, my family lived out in the middle of nowhere in rural Montana. We had acres upon acres of land, surrounded by dense woods and fields that seemed to stretch on forever. My brothers and I spent most of our days exploring, making up games, and testing the limits of our curiosity. One particular summer day stands out. We were wandering further than usual, our feet crunching over twigs and leaves, when we stumbled across something we had never seen before. Tucked into the trees, partially hidden by overgrown brush, was a cabin, or what was left of one. The place looked like it had been abandoned for decades. The roof sagged in places, the wooden walls were grayed and splintered, and one corner had completely collapsed on itself. But what drew us closer wasn't the eerie isolation of the cabin. It was the way it seemed wrong, like it didn't belong there. We didn't hesitate, though. We were kids after all, and caution wasn't exactly in our vocabulary. We approached the rotting porch, the boards groaning under our weight as we crept inside. The first thing that hit us was the smell, damp, moldy, with a strange chemical undertone that made my stomach turn. The inside was just as dilapidated as the outside, but there was one detail that stood out, one that I'll never forget. Orange prescription pill bottles. They were everywhere. At first, it didn't seem so strange. Maybe someone had left a few behind. But as we moved deeper into the cabin, it became overwhelming. Open a cupboard and pill bottles would come spilling out. Peer under the sink, there were more. They littered the countertops, filled the drawers, and even sat in piles beneath makeshift furniture. The bottles were in every corner, every crevice, some hidden, some in plain sight, but all of them empty. Hundreds of them. I remember my brothers and I exchanging uneasy glances. We were kids, but even we could tell this wasn't normal. What kind of person needed that many pills, or had been bringing them here, one by one, for some reason that we just couldn't understand? The bottles didn't have labels that we could make out, just worn, faded text. It looked like they'd been deliberately scratched off. We didn't stay long. The air got heavier the longer we were in there. The cabin itself was pressing on us, urging us to leave, basically. I can't explain it, but I remember feeling like we weren't supposed to be there, like we'd stumbled into something that wasn't meant to be found. To this day, I can't shake the image of those bottles, hundreds of them, empty, scattered throughout that forgotten place. Who left them there, and why? I'll never know, but even now, the thought of it sends a chill down my spine. I used to do wildlife research up in northern Minnesota, mostly trail cam work. One winter, I was out alone for a few days, checking cameras deep in the woods. Snow was heavy, no other hikers or hunters that time of year, which usually made it peaceful, quiet. But one night around 2 a.m., I woke up to crunching in the snow outside my tent. I assumed it was a deer until it circled the tent, slowly, over and over again. No breathing sounds, no snorting like a bear or moose would make, just long, deliberate steps. Then something scratched the side of the tent, not like an animal brushing against it, like fingers dragging. I didn't move, just laid there, heart pounding, until the steps eventually stopped. I waited until daylight to get out. I found no prints, just long drag marks in the snow, leading in circles around my tent before vanishing into the woods. I once worked as a housing inspector. A new client had purchased a house, and I was tasked with going and inspecting it. From the information on hand, the house was very old, built in 1908, was quite derelict, and in the middle of the woods. I was in no hurry to inspect the house, so I scheduled it for my last stop of the day. I did my jobs as per usual, and then I made my way to the house. I parked my car on the road, and as I walked up the long path, nothing jumped out at me. It was a rundown 3-story house. For me, it was just your run-of-the-mill wreck. I guess the buyers had walked through and seen some potential in the home, but I could see none. It was getting to be dusk, and as I didn't have the key to the front door, I made my way to the rear of the property to access the back door. As I came around the back of the house, I noticed that the back door itself opened up into a large kitchen. The sun began to set behind me, and I could feel a drastic change in air temperature. It was late summer, and I assumed that this was the reason for the drop in temperature. I turned to look at the sunset, noting that the cloud cover gave the sky a nice crimson hue. I turned back towards the door, and that's when I saw it. On the other side of the kitchen was a door that led into a hallway, which in turn led to the front door. The front door had colored glass, but what was standing in the darkness of the hallway, to this day, still makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. There was a silhouette of a man. Judging from the build, I could tell it was a man. There were no distinguishable features to see, just a black silhouette. What happened next froze me to the spot. Where his face was, 2 eyes opened, and they were the color red, unblinking and unmoving. Those eyes glowed red, and I could tell that they were looking right at me. At first, I couldn't look away. Those red orbs seemed to stare straight into my soul, and I found myself transfixed, staring back. Every fiber in me told me that I should run, but I could not move. I stared unblinking at the red eyes, and they in turn stared unblinking back at me. My eyes began to water, and I blinked to clear them, but as I opened my eyes again, the silhouette was gone. I freaked. I quickly ran around the house, jumped in my car, and sped home. What would normally take me 25 minutes to drive home only took me 10, as I couldn't get away fast enough. In my report, I wrote that the house and some structural issues couldn't be remedied, and the house was eventually torn down. In its place is a new housing unit with 6 3-bedroom homes. I've heard stories from tradesmen who have been on site at night, and they've all said that they felt a cold chill every time they went there. I did look up the history of the property, but nothing unusual jumped out at me. Up to that point in my life, I never believed in the supernatural or paranormal. Even now, I'm skeptical of most things, but I know what I saw was pure evil, and I've never had an encounter like it since. When my dad died in 1979, it was sudden and without warning. He was entering his bedroom to lay down and take a nap. My aunt and I heard the thud when he hit the small rocking chair and then the floor. I looked at him and knew that he was dead before he hit the floor. His routine each morning, starting at 5 o'clock, he got out of bed, got dressed, then walked through the living room, through the small swinging doors into the kitchen. He would go over to the chair between the small table and kitchen counter, plug in his coffee pot, sit down, and wait for the first cup to brew. When he pulled the chair out, it always made a slight scraping sound. After the funeral, I stayed on for a while in the back bedroom, just down a short hallway. The first time it happened, I wasn't sure how to react, nor if it had really happened. 5 o'clock in the morning, I came awake with the realization that someone was in the house. I crept out of bed, grabbed the flashlight, and tried to silently head toward the living room. The telephone was there, and I could call the police. When I got there, no one was there. I searched the house over. No one. I went back to bed thinking it must have been a dream. I was also coming down with influenza and figured that I had hallucinated. 3 nights later, 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm awake listening to footsteps. I had just gotten out of bed when I heard the swinging doors of the kitchen. I managed to sneak down the short hallway, flipped on the light, and nothing. Okay, and this went on for the rest of the week, until finally I just lay in bed, listening to the sounds, and then it took a horrific turn. I heard the chair at the table scrape out, and then the smell of coffee brewing filled the air. I could even hear the coffee pot brewing. I just lay there in bed, not knowing what to think, trying to not start screaming. Why, I'll never know. And after a few minutes, there was silence and no coffee smell. This went on for 3 nights. I called a friend of mine to come over and spend the night. I told him that I was trying to just recover from my dad's death and needed someone around. He agreed. He woke me up the next morning a few minutes after 5. "Billy," he whispered, "there's someone in the house." I calmed him down and told him to just sit on the bed and wait. And sure enough, we heard footsteps into the kitchen, the scrape of the chair, and the strong smell of brewing coffee. He quietly followed me in the dark to the kitchen. I turned on the light, and nothing. The coffee pot was not on. The chair hadn't been moved. The next move was quick and decisive. Robert was dressing, heading out of the bedroom door entrance to the outside, and he says, "I don't know what's going on here, and I don't give a fuck. I'm out of here." After 2 more days of the visits, I walked into the kitchen, stood in the middle of the floor, and shouted, "Dad, you can't keep doing this. You're dead. You died. Please, I love you and I miss you, but please go away. Go wherever you're supposed to go. I can't keep going through this with you." And then I broke down and cried like a baby. The visit stopped at that moment. No more. I've often wondered if sometimes when we die, if it's monstrously sudden, do we realize that we're dead? Do we try to continue on as if nothing out of the way has happened? Do we have to be told that we're dead and that we need to move on? I don't know the answer to these questions, but I do know what I experienced, and I know that Robert would never set foot in the house again, and he would never talk about that morning. I'm going to preface this story before getting into it. I'm a Division I football player here in Alabama. I play offensive line. For those that don't know what that is, I'm basically saying I'm a big dude, currently 6'5", about 300 pounds. This to say that I've not really been scared of animals or people where I live, because I'm genuinely just bigger than them. Now, it was late at night, and my high school basketball team at the time had just made the playoffs. I was currently on the phone with my girlfriend at the time, and it was around 12:30, 1 a.m. As I was pulling into my neighborhood, I saw this woman with long black hair wearing a Civil War period dress. It wasn't very weird to me to see random kids around my neighborhood because I lived near a foster home. What freaked me out at first was that it was January, February, and it was late at night. It was freezing. To pull into my neighborhood, I had to drive past her. I slowly went about 3 miles an hour past the woman, and I really didn't know what to do. As I passed, she was still staring at the ground. As I checked my rearview mirror, her head snapped up, and I saw an extremely evil-looking face. I hung up the phone and was going 65 to my house. As I mentioned, I'm a big dude, so when I arrived at the house, I sprint up my porch stairs and into my room. Me being my size woke everyone up in the house. My dad enters my room to check on me, and I tell him everything that's happened. He asked if I was on anything, and I told him of course I wasn't. He told me to get some sleep, and I of course couldn't sleep. It popped into my mind. I had a neighbor that I was very close with who had long jet black hair. Instantly, I snapped her on Snapchat saying, "That was a good prank. You got me." She said she wasn't even in the state. She didn't know what I was talking about. She sent me her location on the Snap map, showing that she was in Baltimore. That was it. There was no chance I was getting any sleep that night. I hopped on Xbox to tell my friends about the events that had just occurred. Of course, they didn't believe me, saying that I was joking, and I told them how serious I was. At the end of the Xbox session, it was around 4 a.m. I had gotten off and was going to try to get some sleep. I went to my bedroom, and as I was walking past the blinds, there she was, standing there under the one streetlight in my neighborhood. I slammed the curtains shut and peeked again. She was gone. I have no idea what happened or what was going on that night. My dad and little brother, they've claimed to see the same woman years later. They have some stories of their own that I'll ask if I can share. This is my first post, so if you have questions or if you have any idea what's going on, please let me know. Update. Since my encounter, I've now moved to college to play football, but as I mentioned earlier, my brother and my dad have had encounters as well, and they've agreed to let me share them. I've also done some research, but I'll get into that as well. About a year ago, my brother was packing up around 10 p.m. to go to a baseball tournament in Atlanta the next day. As he was loading up the car, he heard a noise that sounded like a woman, far away in the woods. He said he thought that it was our neighbor or something. My brother finished putting the last bag in the back of the car when he looked in our driveway and saw the woman fitting the description of my encounter standing there. My brother isn't small either and had made fun of me for the way I acted when I had my encounter. Anyway, as he saw the woman standing there, she did the same thing. You couldn't see her face because of her long jet black hair. He said, "Hello, and are you okay?" And she said and did nothing. She snapped her head up, and he saw a horrible-looking face. He sprinted up through the porch and locked the doors. He peeked out the window, and she was staring back. When he peeked back again, she was gone. My dad's experience, it's not very long, but it's an encounter. My dad works around the country because of his job, and he finds himself coming home late sometimes. As he was driving home late one night, he saw the woman I described, but this time next to the cemetery where we lived. I have no idea if that's a connection to her or not, but we've never stepped foot in that place. Anyways, he saw this woman with the same description as both of our encounters and passed her. He checked his mirror and she was still there. He turned around his car to get a better look, and she was gone. So, my research. I'm not into horror films or really anything scary for that matter, but I have done some research since my encounter. But this is definitely a new field for me, so any advice would be great. There's a website that talks about the ghosts in our area of Alabama, and it turns out I live near an old iron mill. And to sum up the short story, this woman and her child, they were killed by a fallen chimney about 1 minute from where I live. And she seems to be sighted from time to time. She's labeled as a stalker spirit, one that's mostly friendly or doesn't hurt anyone, but I have no idea, to be honest. I appreciate any feedback. Thanks for listening. An uncle of mine works at a software company in India. Last night he called my father, but it went to voicemail because he was asleep. Today at breakfast, we were all in the dining room. I was helping my mother clear the table while my father finished getting ready for work. He remembered that my uncle had called and left a voicemail, so he put the phone on speaker while he was fastening the buttons on his shirt. When the voicemail started to play, the sound was distorted from the amount of volume on the other side. We could hear men and women yelling all around my uncle as he tried to leave the message for my dad. We couldn't understand what he was saying, and after 30 or 40 seconds, the phone turned off and the message ended. At once, my father stopped what he was doing and picked up the phone to call my uncle. He turns off the speaker and presses it against his ear when it starts to ring. Then I watch his look of panic melt when my uncle answers the phone. He says, "I just listened to your message. Are you okay?" My uncle tells him that the company he works for was celebrating an anniversary, and the CEOs rented out a large stage at a movie studio to host the event. Everyone was sitting at tables, talking with one another and watching the giant LED screens on stage. Now it's known within the family that my uncle possesses the ability to interact with spirits. More so, spirits tend to interact with my uncle a lot. He's had this ability since he and my father were children. When their grandmother died, she told my uncle where her will had been filed, days after the funeral was held. They call them bhutas in India, restless spirits that walked out of the light, instead choosing to stay on Earth and influence the living for good and bad intentions. On the phone, still talking to my dad, my uncle tells him that the place where this event took place was saturated in negative energy, a place no god had claimed. Way above their heads were rows of large metal rafters with automated lasers and spotlights pointed at the floor of the stage. My uncle says through the glare of the lights, he could see the bhutas in the darkest parts near the ceiling, sitting on the metal beams. These inky black figures were also waiting for the show to start. Soon, everyone's attention was directed towards the stage, as rounds of pyrotechnics shot bursts of flames into the air. Then the spotlights all turned up and moved together to make one singular circle. Focused in the beam of light was a large green cage hoisted high above the center stage. The bars were equipped with fireworks that began to shower down fountains of sparks. The crowd erupted with cheers and claps. Then, from the scaffolding bridge, the CEO and another man walk into the green cage, waving at the excited audience. The cage was intended to lower the men down onto the stage for a grand entrance. The machine comes to life, and the green cage starts shaking and wobbling. Both men grab the railings as they're almost knocked off balance. Gasps were heard, but the CEO never stopped smiling, and the crowd kept cheering. The cage shakes again. This time, one of the cables snapped, turning the cage sideways. The sudden failure sends both of the men tumbling over the railing of the cage, falling more than 20 feet to the ground. My uncle says it was obvious the CEO was dead by the way he had landed. And then it got loud. There was confusion as well from anyone who had not witnessed the event. Confusion and panic. It created absolute chaos for several minutes. My uncle found a safe space against a wall, avoiding being rushed by a group of employees and their families. That's when he finally decided to call my father. He'd already had his phone in his hand, having almost called him earlier when he'd seen the bhutas. He felt like something was going to happen and wanted to speak to his family. Now that something had happened, my uncle felt he might be in danger. He was physically safe against the wall, but he feared if he moved at all, the bhutas would find a way to target him. Just as he had that thought, his phone was knocked from his hands and away from him. He knew it wasn't safe to move. Some people may call that paranoia, but I don't think so. My uncle has had experiences prior to this, ones I mentioned earlier and others. I think he has the right to be a little wary of such things. Needless to say, he did escape unharmed, and the company's president, the other man, was critically injured but survived the accident. Still, it's all very unfortunate, and I think it's rather chilling in more than one way. Thanks for reading. When I was approximately 10 years old and my younger brother was 8 years old, we lived in a house on a vast plot of land surrounded by forests filled with trees. It was basically the perfect setting for our favorite childhood game, hide and seek. We'd often play with our friends who lived in the surrounding homes. On one particular day, during the late afternoon, me and my friend were doing our best to stay hidden in the trees. Meanwhile, my brother was just as diligently attempting to locate us. Interestingly, I could hear his voice calling out my name from a short distance away, and there was an evident tinge of fear in his voice. Curiosity got the better of me. I needed to investigate the source of his fear. As I walked towards what I thought was him, I stumbled upon a small clearing nestled under the protective canopy of trees. I no longer heard my brother, but to my astonishment, there was an almost colossal figure, entirely white in complexion, standing in the middle of the clearing. My friend had been following behind and had just made it to where I was when he stopped in his tracks. The figure didn't seem to notice our presence. Instead, it stood statue-like, staring directly up at the sky so we couldn't see its face, arms stretched to its sides. It made no sounds, but it did appear to be a light source. It was either glowing in and of itself, or the sun was catching it in a way that it appeared to be so bright. Whatever it was, in the eyes of two young children, it loomed at an astonishing height of 10 feet and was like nothing we'd ever seen before. The two of us had never been so silent. The sight had kept us pretty occupied, captivated by whatever this thing was. However, we unintentionally made noise by readjusting ourselves, and we could hear others approaching. Worried the thing might disappear, we tried to consider getting closer to convince it to stay. But as soon as I had the thought, which I seemed to share with my friend, the statue-like figure changed positions, arms down at its side, facing forward. It started to slowly dissipate before it suddenly vanished into the trees with remarkable speed. It seemed to effortlessly almost fly through the trees, like light itself. There was no way we could catch up to this thing. I remember my friend saying it literally looked like a ghost. He was right. It wasn't bound to this earth by any of the same things we were. Naturally, we were quite shaken and excited by the occurrence, so we did what most kids would do, hurried indoors and told our parents. However, they were skeptical. They suggested that what we saw might have just been a large white dog or something like that. We were firm in our recounting of the figure. We were firm that it was not a dog. In detail, we described the towering figure the best we could, how it was emitting a white glow, how it simply vanished into thin air. Still, a white dog was the best they could come up with. Nevertheless, to this day, I'm certain that we did indeed witness something. We felt no fear when we laid eyes on it, but we never encountered it again. We contemplated the possibility that it could have been a spirit from one of the numerous vehicles or homes we discovered on our property. But truth be told, who knows for sure? This is short, but I can't stop thinking about it. First, you need to know that I'm a ghost magnet. Seriously, there's something about me that attracts spirits. I don't know what it is, but lately, I've been trying to ignore them while I deal with my depression. The other day was completely normal until I went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. Behind my reflection stood a very tall figure with a hairy head and no eyes, dangling arms. It wore a black and white outfit, and it scared the shit out of me. When I looked back at my own reflection, it was still standing straight and smiling back at me. I know that's not what I looked like at the moment. It kept looking straight into my eyes as I backed out of the bathroom and into my own. I closed my door, turned on all the lights, got into bed where I resumed my "this isn't real" chant. Eventually, I fell asleep and woke up the next morning, but when I went to the bathroom, nothing was out of the ordinary. Does anyone have a clue what's going on? It's freaking me out. Hey everyone, I'm 33, in good health, and I come from Lower Saxony, Germany. Yes, sometimes life has been troubling, but I've always been open-minded when it comes to the paranormal. 2 weeks ago, I had a nightmare that took place in my room. I dreamed that my bedroom was a movie set. To the left of my bed was my grandparents' old cupboard. To the right was a newer cupboard, and the window was across from the bed. In the dream, I was laying on my right side when someone grabbed me. I slowly turned around and saw someone sitting next to me. I couldn't tell their gender, but they had long hair, and they were facing the opposite direction. When I touched their back, they turned around and I shouted, "Who are you?" Suddenly, the figure was gone, and frightened, I got up to look out the window. That's when I woke up shouting. But I was also experiencing sleep paralysis, so I couldn't move. It's happened before, so I knew what was going on. I wondered why the blinds were still down, because I hadn't realized that I was still dreaming when I looked outside. First, I wondered who the person had been. I live alone. I don't have a girlfriend. My grandmother has lived in a retirement home since May, and my grandfather passed away, but he didn't die in the apartment. I've read that many people see an entity when experiencing sleep paralysis, but I'm not sure if seeing it before I woke up still counts. The last time I had sleep paralysis was in 2019, and before that, it was 2012. During the 2019 experience, I was in my ex-girlfriend's living room. When I woke up, I couldn't move, and someone was walking down the hallway towards the front door. Like I said, I've been pretty open-minded when it comes to the paranormal. 7 years ago, my grandfather died from a tumor, but now I need to circle back to that cupboard that came from his old house in 2007. That's the house my great-grandmother died in on December 24th, 1999. I suspect it was the source behind the activity. I do feel like someone is here, but in a good way. I know it sounds far-fetched, but that's how it feels. I didn't feel this way when my grandparents still lived in the house. Of course, I was younger then. A few months ago, there was another incident in the living room where I have a second cupboard from my grandparents. It contains a few old books about nature, and one just fell over. Nothing was shaking. It wasn't standing at a strange angle. It simply fell over, and I was pretty scared. What are your thoughts? I'm not too frightened anymore. I have good feelings about my grandmother and grandfather. They were the best people I've ever known. But could all of this have something to do with their furniture? My mom told me a story of when her and my great-uncle Hector went caving. The year is 1990, and in the midst of a grueling final semester of my mom Maria's senior year of college, her grades were at the lowest they'd ever been. She was going to flunk out of college unless she thought of something pretty fast. My great-uncle Hector worked at an REI and was an experienced rock climber and caver. She knew he was out on the trails every weekend. Hector was pushing 70, but acted like he was 20. One Friday night, they're on the phone together, and Maria's telling him her worries about failing her natural science class. That's when Hector had an idea. He said that new passages are always being discovered in caves, some big, some small. He was going on a hike this weekend. He suggests that she asked her professor if this cave exploration could count as some sort of credit. Maria had never set foot inside a cave before, but they thought that if they could find a new area in this cave, they could pull Maria's grade up to a passing grade. Hector seemed confident in the possibilities, feeling more comfortable with using an anonymous questionnaire on her professor's online messaging board rather than in person. Maria received a response on the message board from her professor, whose message was enthusiastic. Happily, he was accepting the student's mysterious wager. He replied, "If anyone can find a new cave passage, species, or insect or animal, while successfully recording and or documenting themselves in or at the place that they find it, I'll be happy to bump their grade up a grade and a half." Another message quickly popped up adding, "Don't kill yourself over a grade this weekend. You'll be able to make up credits by taking summer school classes." This was Maria's last year of college. And that summer, she had just landed her first job as Snow White, a cast member on one of the new Disney cruise ships. That ship wasn't sailing if my mom failed her senior year. Well, it would be sailing, just not with my mom on it, unless she brought her grade up. And in her words, dying in a cave would have been better than spending the rest of her life in Medford. After seeing her professor's response, Maria called Hector back, telling him that she would be accompanying him on the hike tomorrow. Hector packed their backpacks with lunch and supplies for the excursion that was planned on lasting the afternoon. It takes them hours to even reach the mouth of the cave. By that point, Maria's already gassed out. But Hector's already getting on his headlamp and beginning to crawl into a small, knee-high rock opening. Not wanting to slow down his pace, Maria quickly got on her headgear and followed after. When they got into the cave, the first room they crawled into was a large open area with 4 or 5 different passages. She slowly walks behind Hector as he takes one of the passages. Maria and Hector would then climb steep rock walls, squeeze through narrow openings, and jump crevasse gaps in the pitch black. Following a pitch black path only Hector knew, Hector told Maria that the area he was looking for would be coming up soon. Both of them were extremely hungry from all the movement and decided to take a quick lunch break in the next open cavern they found. After some more tight squeezes, they entered a large room with a rock wall that reached further than either of their beams of light could reflect. Hector lets out a victorious yahoo that echoes all around them. Then they found a big flat rock to sit on and dig into the meals that Hector had prepared. With a small pen light, Hector shows Maria a map of the cave they're in, showing her where they've been and where they plan to go next, circling 3 spots that could potentially break off into other chambers. While Maria sits pretending to know what Hector's talking about, all she can think about is her future cruise in the summer sun. A sharp contrast from where she currently was. As Hector's drawing a line across the map, he suddenly stops and tells Maria to stop chewing. She sits there frozen with a bite of food in her mouth. It looked like he was listening for something. Hector tells her to turn off her headlamp. Maria flips her switch at the same time that Hector flips his. And then they're both sitting quietly, silently, in the damp, dark cavern, listening. Maria still didn't know what this was all about, but she didn't dare to interrupt the air around them. Then she heard it. "Help me!" Maria started to whisper, "Did you?" but gets cut off by Hector's shh, making sure to stay completely still. Maria goes back to listening to the voice, and again, after a few moments of sitting in silence, they start hearing this voice calling out to them. It's saying, "Hello, hello, help me, help me." Maria is about to stand up and call out to it, but almost predicting Maria would do that, Hector reaches over and rests his hand on her shoulder with light pressure. Then the voice that they're hearing begins to change and distort until it's a completely different sounding person calling for help. The words and sentence patterns start to change. What's now echoing off the walls was like human speech, but it kept cycling through different voices, and none of the words were real words. Then they hear this talking begin to increase in volume. It was getting closer to where they were, but with the sound bouncing off the hard surfaces all around them, they weren't able to pinpoint where it was coming from. They knew whatever it was, or whoever it was, they knew that they were there. Now the only question would be if they could see Hector and Maria sitting still on the rock. For a brief moment, the voice stops. They're still listening to narrow in a direction that it could be coming from. Maria sits on the cold rock, absolutely terrified. She's having a hard time controlling her breathing. Hector keeps his hand on her shoulder. Neither of them can see each other, but Maria can feel the tightening of Hector's grip, and she can tell he's afraid too. Then they hear something crawling around the rocks, and it sounds like it's coming from directly above them. Maria's looking into the same black as any other direction that she could look, and she starts to pray in her head, praying to God that whatever this thing was, it would just turn around and crawl in any other direction but down. But sure enough, as it started to repeat nonsense words, they heard it begin to make a slow descent towards where they were. While it was talking, Hector leans over and tells Maria that on the count of 3, he's going to turn his headlamp on, and they're going to run. Don't grab anything, just focus on staying as close to him as possible. Then Hector whispered, 1, 2, 3. His headlamp turns on, and the white light blinds Maria for a second, but she doesn't have time to stop. Hector doesn't look up. He doesn't turn around. He's just making his way back, retracing where they'd entered from. As they're squeezing through the crack, Hector's ahead of Maria, but they can both hear the creature's noises, getting more animated and loud. In the dark, they hear what sounds like a loud slap echo through the open cavern. Whatever it was that had been hunting them had just moved from the wall of the cave to the floor. Hector pushed his way through and started pulling Maria the rest of the way through. When they heard the footsteps begin running in their direction, they really panicked. It sounded like a person running on gravel. Maria held onto the back of Hector as they navigated the twists and turns back in the direction from which they'd come. Eventually, the sound of their pursuer died off, and they could slow down. When they exited the mountain, it wasn't until halfway down that Maria remembered she'd just left all of her school supplies and any hopes of a passing grade in the cave. As the adrenaline wore down, Hector's fear turned into a sort of fascination, like an epiphany. He concluded that most Native American cryptids explore the forests, but primarily reside inside the infinite amount of cave systems located throughout the land, entering and exiting through hidden passages no one's dared attempted to squeeze into. His hypothesis turned into infatuation and obsession. During that summer, my mom had to make up credits. Hector instead went back to the cave system with a friend, twice. Once he was successful in the trip, even bringing back samples which he initially had no idea what to do with, but eventually sorted that out and decided to go back. He returned a second time with the same friend. Tragically, that time, Hector's friend would return saying that Hector had lost his footing and fallen in a crevasse. My mom says the hardest part for the family was the fact that they were never able to recover his body from the caves. Personally, I stay far, far away from those things.